tale. Well, there's a place I've come to know well, led by a man named Sty. He's full of stories, he is quite a guy. Sit around the campfire and hear him tell his tale. Some may be able to relate to him quite well. We're all just people looking for a place to go. Well, Sty has made one, and it is quite a show. Come meet Sty, he's quite the guy. If you're feeling lonely, come and make a friend. If you need a story, on Sty you can depend. His voice is soothing like a lullaby. Sometimes he brings a tear to my eye. Sit around the campfire and hear him tell his tale. Some may be able to relate to him quite well. We're all just people looking for a place to go. Well, Sty has made one, and it is quite a show. Come meet Sty, he's quite the guy.
Well, welcome everybody to Sty Story Sunday. We're back. Sty Story Sunday is back. Boy, can you believe it? It's hard to believe. I believe the last live Sty Story Sunday was on April 25th. That's 7 months, almost a full 7 months ago. Boy, that's hard to believe. Now, I did do a Sty Story this summer as a video called Axe Tales, but that's it. And that one don't count because it wasn't live. It wasn't live. We're back at the Sty Shack in the Sty Library, ready with a whole bunch of stories for all you great folks out there. And we're going to get a good jump start tonight on the future. Our stories are starting now, right? There we go. I'm going to take a quick peek and shout out some folks that have been in the chat this evening. Right away, Me Dibble jumped in. It was great to see Me Dibble there. And Me Dibble wasn't sure if they were going to be able to be here tonight because they've been working hard. It's tired. And totally understand. I totally understand. And then Alexander with Old Country Farming. Oh, excuse me. And Gardeners Guild. I had to adjust in the chair. I'm still having some tailbone issues. For those of you that don't know, I fell on my butt a few days ago, and yeah, I cracked my tailbone. And then we had Metal Music Maniac. There's an old dependable. Lidia. Beetlejuice. Yeah. Well, Lidia almost fits in with that. Yeah. You'll find out about old Lidia tonight in our story. And then we had Step Van Dan. Oh, I haven't seen you in forever there, Dan. It's great. It's awesome to see you. And then Eric Pollock. It's been a while, Eric. Yeah, awesome. Love it. Thank you for being here. And then Ingalls family. Oh, awesome. Love it. Oh, look at here. The enveloper. The home of football watch-alongs. Oh, and Deborah Baker. Deidre Baker. Sorry, Deidre. Love seeing you here. It's great. It's great. Hey, folks, it's a good time to share it on out. Share it out. Get all your friends on over here. And we're doing like we always have in the past. It'll be the Sty Story will be at the half-hour mark. There's Cheesehead Chris with a thumbs down and sticking his tongue out at me, of course, you know, that character. Kayla Ferris is in the house. Hi, sweetie. Thanks for being here. And there's Kimberly Ferris saying hi to Cheesehead. Yeah, Cheesehead. Don't get a fat head, Cheesehead. Kimberly's just very polite to anybody, even you. Yeah. Well, yesterday was my YouTube day off, and I kind of kept an eye on YouTube throughout the day, on and off. Nothing much going on yesterday, and no really important streams up until 8 o'clock last night. And then 8 o'clock last night, I literally shut my whole system down and said, I'm done with the computer for the day. And if I got my computer up and running, I'm going to be searching YouTube. And I had told myself that I needed to take that day off at least once a week. And so I did. I took the day off yesterday. Got some things done around home, but it wasn't a true day off because I was doing some YouTube behind the scenes work throughout the day. Travis from Tales of Campground Host and I are trying to develop and plan an event for next summer. That's going to be very interesting. It's going to be very, very involved. And today I was working up on some event structure, basically plugging in a lot of bullet points, things that are going to happen during the event, and blah blah blah, and then some coordination work, and then some scheduling. So we're building our schedule. This event is 48 hours long, so it's that's a lot to do to make sure that you have content flowing for 48 hours. It takes an awful lot of effort to be able to run a 48-hour event and make sure that you can keep people's interest every hour on the hour throughout 48 hours. And no, Cheesehead, that doesn't mean you got to see me for 48 hours because I'm not going to be there the whole 48 hours. That's not the way the event is working out. I'll be there throughout here and there during that 48 hours, but I'm not there for every hour of the 48 hours. Neither is Travis. No one person is going to be sitting it through all the way through. It's an event that I think will draw a lot of interest. A lot of people will have a great time keeping up, and we'll put up an event schedule. It's all going to be on YouTube. We'll have an event schedule. It'll be, if everything goes according to plan, it'll be streaming in probably 4 different places at one time for 48 hours. So it'll be interesting. And at this point, we're looking at 4 spots that it will probably be streaming to. We're expecting quite a large volume of people hanging out in that event. And the event is going to be designed that it addresses all of us here in the U.S. and in the UK. And we're basically using Norway as a benchmark for Europe. Um, so for us, it might be noon, our lunchtime, but it's their dinner time. So this whole event is going to take into consideration what the time frame is here and in Europe. So our European viewers, they don't have to stay up all night to watch our content that we're comfortably up during the day doing. They can get up in their morning and catch the event and everything related to European issues within the event, along with American issues. And so that they get full benefit of the content as anybody else. So it's going to be quite interesting. But I put about 5 to 6 hours into structuring the event today, and I'm probably maybe a fifth of the way into it. It's major. Rebecca Felter, it is great to see you. Hugs, girl. There she is. I have to try to keep an eye on the time because, again, I can't see where the crap, man. I can't wait till I get relocated. Now, most of you know that I'm going to be moving. At this time, I'm hoping I'll be moving in January, but I won't know really until I'm into December that I have to have an absolute date that I'm moving, so that I can give my landlord the required notice I have to give them. Otherwise, he can charge me another month's rent, even if I'm not here. And I'm not one that likes to pay for things that I don't get, So I was speaking with Running Water before the show tonight, and we're talking a little more about what's coming up, what's on our platters here in the future. And yeah, I think both of us are pretty excited about getting into sharing a residence. Yeah. Well, look at here, Timothy Parker. Awesome. It's great to see you. And Nada Grammy, you sweetie. She's in the house. It's good to see her. Oh yeah. And yeah, Native Grammy. That's one thing I did. I only spent about 15 minutes doing it, but I put stuff together based on how I was directed on how to ship hiking sticks. And so I'm sorry, folks, I haven't checked my email today, but if anybody sent me their addresses, I'll be checking those first thing tomorrow. Jerry J, hey, it's great to see ya. Hey guys, it's like Lars off of Goonies. Hey you guys, yeah, come on in the house. Yep, share it out, guys, share it out. Let's get this house full up with the Sty Story tonight. I don't have anybody with me in the basement right now. But tonight's story, Lidia, that I wasn't sure what Sty Story to do for the first one, coming back on and regular scheduled streams now from this point forward. I wasn't sure what I should start off with. So I just use a random number generator, and I've got all of my untold stories listed in a document, and I let that number generator pick what story, and it hit on Lidia, and I go, yeah, I could do Lidia. That's a story that I actually enjoy. Looking at the chat. Uh, yeah, I feel pretty good. I'm feeling pretty good, Deidre. You tried the email, it was sent back. I'll try again. Well, doggone it. I'm sure I've got one of your older emails. If I don't receive one back, I'll find your older, because we had emailed each other before. I'll find when we had emailed each other before, and I'll send, and then you can reply to that send. We'll get her. In fact, I don't know what day it'll be, but probably on Tuesday. At this point, it looks like Tuesday. I'll be over at Running Waters and in our shop over there, and I've got to pull my inventory of hiking sticks and haul them all over here to my apartment, for crying out loud. And then I'm going through that inventory, and those that have to be updated, that they need finishing or refinishing or extra work done on them. I'll be tagging those and what work, and determining what work they have to have done yet. And then those that are finished product, I'll set aside, and Native Grammy, I'll be getting a hold of you to kind of show you what I've got finished and get a better idea of what you would like for a hiking stick. I had promised her a hiking stick so long ago, and I finally going to get that done. Get it to her. Crazy Ann. She's saying hi, Speedy. And then she's saying hi to everybody in the chat. Yeah. It's awesome. Crazy Ann. Oh, it's so good to see you, girl. It is so good to see you. Yeah. With all of these changes to StreamYard, and it was kind of surprising with the upgrades to StreamYard falling right in place with everything that Tales of a Campground Host and I have been talking about and trying to collaborate on a big major YouTube event. And I was really troubled with what we wanted to get done, because I didn't know how we were going to pull it off. There were some logistics that just were going to be so difficult, and I believed it was going to require me to run that whole event off of either Stream or OBS, or have to do a Zoom stream, and I didn't want to do either one. And then lo and behold, StreamYard went and made some advancements that fit into our plans perfectly. Just perfect. I've got to reset my phone so it's not bothering me during my stream. There we go. Now it can do what it wants. I might hear it occasionally, but it isn't going to bother me in the stream. I forgot. Had it set so it'd be kind of loud. Yeah. Cody, oh, good to see you. Hey, everyone. Yeah. We got less than 10 minutes before we start the Sty Story. And hey, guys, you're going to want to be here. You're going to want to hear this Sty Story. Yeah. This one you'll find, I think you'll find that it's pretty interesting. I don't know why, but on my side, I hope you're not experiencing a bunch of lag, but on my side, my video on my side appears to be lagging a bit. Every time Windows does an update on my system, I'll have a couple of live streams with a bunch of lag in. Why, I don't know. It's a Windows thing, I'm sure of it. And I haven't sorted that out, why it affects my system. I don't know. We'll get her figured out, though. Hey, guys, I want you all to stick around, hang around, share it out. Here's a chance to share it out. We're going to take 1 minute. This takes 1 minute is all it takes. Don't go anywhere. And I want to shout out all of my channel members, okay? Here it is. Well, see, that didn't take so long. Could have been a lot worse, couldn't it? Everybody out there yelling hi to Cody. That's cool. Yeah, ventriloquism and YouTube, the new norm. Yeah. I don't know which one I am, the ventriloquist or the dummy. Yeah. What a great group of people out there in the house tonight. Right now we're at 13. We were at 17 before I started showing off my channel members. That's too bad that a few people dropped off during that. I wish people would just stick it out. It's only 1 minute long, and yeah, lots of busy projects here in the future. Me relocating, moving. I was telling Running Water tonight that the packing bags I'm going to use for relocating, packing everything up here in the apartment, and that, plus the boxes that I have that I'll be filling. I'll have everything in my apartment packed up, literally ready to move well before the end of November, probably by Thanksgiving even. Maybe the last week of November. But I won't be able to actually move until January. My youngest boy won't be out of the house there until the end of December. And I told Running Water that's going to be the hardest part is spending a month looking at everything packed up, ready to go, and nowhere to go. So it'll just be me, the couch, the studio, and groceries. Otherwise, everything else, for the most part, is going to be all packed up, ready to get out of here. I want to, when I do move, I want to be able to do it in a relaxed fashion. I want to move my items from here over to the new place kind of when I want to. You know, I grab 6 or 8 boxes and bags, throw them in the pickup truck, take them over to the other house, put them away, and maybe the next day do the same thing. And eventually everything would be there. And the one last day of moving, whatever's left here, plus all of my furniture, would be a one-day affair, and it's done. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Joey! Yeah. It's good to see you, Joe. Awesome. Awesome. Oh, I'll tell you what, don't break your tailbone. It's a bummer. It's a bummer. Especially if you're going to be sitting around a lot, which I have been lately. Jerry Jace's pulled pork homemade chili tonight. Yum, grilled cheese and vodka. Num, 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 num. At least your hemorrhoids are not acting up today. That's one thing I've been blessed with. I hear of people dealing with that kind of problem, hemorrhoids. Ooh, not me. Lord, no. I had a spell in my younger days when I had a stomach ulcer, and I had hemorrhoids. And it was because of a bad health situation. But since then, I mean, that's over 30 years ago. So when people say, well, at least your hemorrhoids aren't bothering you, I don't have that problem at all. Knock on wood, right? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what your guys' weather has been like, but here we got snow last night. If it would have been a little bit colder where the ground had frost on it, was froze, there would have been more to it. We got about 2 inches, but by 8 o'clock this morning, there's only about an inch dusting on the vehicles. Nothing to speak of on the ground, just a little bit of white patches here and there. And looking out there about an hour ago, it looks just like it did at 8 o'clock this morning. So it's stayed cold enough all day that what's there is there. Jerry says I have an ulcer in the roids. Not good. Not good. Not good at all. Back when I had my stomach ulcer, I'll never forget that business. That was terrible. That was terrible. And what really was odd is I suffered with it for the longest dang time. And I had changed doctors, and my newest doctor had said, hey, Sty, what are you eating? And I really got into what I was eating. And Come to find out, all the dairy that I was eating, I mean, I had lots of milk, lots of cheese, just a lot of dairy, ice cream, goodies like that. I thought, oh man, that ice cream is going to be good on my ulcer. I cut all of the dairy out, all of it. And I was scared to death of anything acidic like tomatoes, you know. I put tomatoes back into my diet. I was eating chili, spaghetti, anything with tomato sauce on it. And oddly enough, my ulcer, within a matter of a few months, went away. My doctor had said that the acidic food might make the ulcer feel uncomfortable for a while till your stomach gets used to it again. But that it's the dairy that's the worst, because the dairy is so hard to digest that the stomach acids increase to handle the dairy, to digest the dairy. And it's those stomach acids that were irritating the ulcer. And when I ate, I'm not talking real spicy stuff, but if I had some acidic part of my meal, it balanced things. So my stomach didn't have to produce as much acid. And it actually really helped. The turkey are running, see about 20 on the way to work. Yeah, they're running like mad up here too right now. Hey, good evening, Frontier Survival. Well, guys, we're within the first half hour of the show, and I'm going to get this story on its way. Always like getting this story under our belt at about the half hour mark. Tonight's story, Lidia. Lidia. Who in the world is Lidia? And why would Sty have a story about her? Well, we're turning the clock back quite a ways. 1967, 1968, 1969, right in that window. I was a preteen. 11, 12 years old. Well, this story goes a little bit all over the board so that you can really, really just understand who Lidia really was, what she was. So the little community that, hey, Bradley Whitworth just came in the house. It's good to see you. And the little town that I grew up in, it wasn't a very big town. I think we had a population of 1,500 people in that town. And my pop was the local chief of police. And the thing with Lidia, I would have never known Lidia. There was no reason for me to know Lidia. But my mother, was your picture perfect, old era Christian woman. Gotta think about everybody else, Well, she found out about old Lidia, and she decided to make that her mission. She's going to do whatever she can to basically to help out Lidia. Well, here we go. In the late 60s, where I lived, we had a movie theater that was about 15, 20 minutes away from our place. Indoor theater. And we had a drive-in theater that was just literally 3 blocks away, from about 3 to 4 blocks away from our house. But this ain't about no drive-in theater. The next closest indoor theater was in a little town called Delano, Minnesota. We lived in Minnesota. That's where I was raised. And in Delano, their little indoor theater wasn't like the other theater, which was in Wayzata, Minnesota, which is a big money type town. And well, in Wayzata, that theater showed nothing but new billing movies, right? So if a new movie comes out, Wayzata got it. And they'd show that bugger for like 3 weeks. And then they'd show the next new movie that came out. But it was always the same doggone movie for like 3 weeks in a row. Now, out in that little town of Delano, it's a little farm community, and their little indoor theater, actually their theater wasn't that small, but it was just a single screen indoor theater. They showed kind of lower budget type movies, and on weekends, and they'd show a different movie throughout the week, and then on weekends it was unusual because Friday night they'd show a specific movie, and then on Saturday night they'd show a different movie. But on Fridays and Saturday nights there were always horror movies, right? Scary ones of the 60s, like the original Blob. That's where I saw the original Blob movie. On Friday and Saturday nights, they usually showed vampire movies, Frankenstein kind of movies, zombies. Those were the kind of movies they showed. Well, us kids in my family, there were 4 of us, we loved to go to the movies. And my mom and pop, they decided my brother was old enough that he had a driver's license. And they said, well, we can trust him with the family car, and he can take all 4 of us kids, you know, him and the 3 of us, my 2 sisters and I, to the movies. But we'd have to go to Delano because they didn't want him driving in the bigger town of Wayzata. It's a real busy community. Well, to Delano, Minnesota, it's a farm town. It's a little farm town. I don't know how far it is, but it's about a half-hour drive or so, all the way through farm country. You get out of our community, just a few miles out of our community, and it's all farm country from there all the way to Delano. And it's kind of hilly, and some spots it's flat, but it's all farms. It's dairy, small family farms all the way there. Well, there was one county road that we took that was a shortcut out to the state highway that went to Delano. And that county road, it was probably about 5-6 miles long, that stretch. At least that. There's only one house on that county road. Before you got to that county road, the closest house was maybe about a mile before the turnoff onto that county road. Well, that one house on that county road is where Lidia lived. Now, Lidia. Now, keep in mind, for the longest time, I bet you it was a good year, almost every single Friday, us 4 kids, we get in the car, my brother would take us, we'd all go to Delano to go see a scary movie, right? And for over a year, every Friday, we had to go past Lydia's house on the way there and on the way back. Now, where Lydia's house sat It was about 2.5, 3 miles from the nearest farm out on the other road. And then there were no other farms on that county road at the time. So here she is, 2.5 miles from the nearest farm. And then from there, she's at least 6 or 8 miles from anybody else. So old Lidia lived by herself in this 2-story, 3-bedroom farmhouse. And Lidia owned a good-sized piece of property there, good-sized piece of farmland. And, well, old Lidia didn't farm, right? She was not a farmer. But she leased all of her land to local farmers, except for the piece her house sat on and the woods around her house and to the back of her house. Her house was nestled in a big stand of hardwoods, oaks and elms, mostly oaks and elms. And out front of her house, there was a yard out to the road, out to the county road. She had a driveway per se. It was just 2 gravel patches going in, tire width wide, going in and kind of pulled up to the front of her house. And in the front yard there, now the house is sitting in this hardwoods setting, right? And in the front yard, she's got maybe 6 or 8 apple trees and a half a dozen plum trees, fruit trees growing in her front yard. Now, old Lidia didn't mow the grass, so her front yard looked like a hay field. The grass was as high as your knees. And she didn't do anything with her yard. And the front of her house, along the whole front, was a covered porch, open air covered porch. And old Lidia had a big old rocking chair sitting out on that porch, and she'd sit in that thing, on that rocking chair. Now, all the locals, nobody really knew Lidia. She had no friends, none whatsoever. She did not socialize with anybody, ever. Old Lidia. It was said that her and her deceased husband had acquired that farm in 1921. And her deceased husband had passed away not too many years after they had acquired the farm. Well, old Lidia had been living in that house alone, no friends, didn't associate with anybody, and we didn't find out till years after this event that I'm going to tell you. Didn't find out for years after that. She didn't have any family either. Her husband had some family, but she had no blood relatives left at all. So imagine, this old gal lived in that house for over 40 years alone. Literally alone. Okay. So anybody that ever had some kind of dealings with her came right out and said, you don't want to deal with her. You don't want to get near her, stay away from her. Yeah, you just don't want to deal with her. Well, when my mother decided she wanted to take old Lidia kind of under her wing and just see that, make sure, because Lidia was quite aged now at this time. And my mother just wanted to help her out, that poor old gal all by herself out there in the middle of that farm country and never gets to see anybody or do anything. And she's all alone. So my mother talked my father, who was the chief of police of a neighboring community, to take her out to Lydia's house so she could introduce herself and try to get to know Lydia and befriend her. Well, my pop, he was just like, ay, okay, fine, what the heck. Well, my pop always drove the squad car 24/7. I mean, the only time we used the family car is when the family was going somewhere. Otherwise, he was in his squad car all the time. So he took my mother out there using the squad car. He found out that was his first mistake. He pulled in her yard, went down that little path to the house with the car and stopped out front of her house. Him and my mother get out of the car. They're going to go knock on the door. Here comes Lidia out of the house. Blankety blank, blah, blah, blah. You get in that squad car, get off my property. If you don't get out of here right now, I'm going to get the shotgun. My pop said that she was serious as sin. And, hey, not a great gamer. It is great to see you. And I think back and I just can't imagine what my pop must have been feeling. Here he's a cop. He just had this old woman that's, in her 70s at least, warning him to get off her property or she's going to get the gun. I'm going to get the gun. Watch it, Lydia's got a gun. Well, my mother calmed her down and explained to her that no, he's not a cop in her community. He's a cop from a neighboring town, and that he's not here as a policeman. He's just giving my mother a ride. Well, so Lidia would talk to my mom, and she said, that guy's got to stay in the car. There's no way in heck she's going to let any cop come up on her porch, Well, she wouldn't let my mother in the house, but they did stand on the porch for a while talking. And Lidia finally agreed with my mother to allow my mother to come back, that my dad would bring her out. And they'd visit again, right? Well, it took 3-4 visits like that of them. Eventually, they would sit on the porch. And finally, Lidia invited my mother into the house. Well, my mother said her house is very simple. Everything is so simple in her house. Not a fancy thing to speak of in the house. Not a bunch of knickknacks or a fine china cabinet or nothing. Nothing like that. She had a few paintings on the wall, but not many. Very simple. And she said, and clean. Her house seemed quite clean. Well, she finally worked it out. Her and Lidia built this relationship, and she worked it out to go out there once a month and do Lydia's hair. And now I can remember, even as a kid at the time, thinking, what in the heck's that old lady need her hair done for? Nobody ever sees her unless she's sitting on that rocking chair out on her porch, right? And you're driving by. Okay. So my mother's got this kind of weird relationship. Go out there and visit once a month, and then go out there and do the old lady's hair once a month. Well, so us kids, back to us kids, we're driving to Delano every Friday night to the movie theater, right? We don't want to know Lidia. We don't want to get to know her. And my dad always made it sound like, oh, she's an old witch or something, living all alone out there or something. Well, every time we go past her house on the way to the theater, it was daylight. And she'd be sitting out on that old porch, and we'd go by with the car. It didn't matter how slow or how fast you went by with that car. As soon as that car's coming past her property, she's like that, right up in her chair, sitting just straight looking. And she kept her eyes on that car as it goes by. And as soon as you're getting to the past her house, past the edge of the woods, you could see her sit back in that chair and relax. But boy, oh boy, once she saw that car, you could tell she was nervous. Man, what's that car doing going past my place, right? Well, that made us kids nervous as heck. And my brother, he liked to play on it. And he'd tell me and my sisters, what if the car breaks down right in front of Lydia's house? I said, what if? I said, if this car breaks down in front of Lydia's house, you're going to get out and you're going to go talk to Lidia and see if she's got a telephone or whatever, while we sit in the car with the doors locked, you goofball. I ain't going to Lydia's house no matter what. If that car is sitting there on fire, I ain't getting out of it near Lydia's house. It ain't happening. That woman scared the bejesus out of me. Well, he played on it, and it never failed. Every trip to Delano we took, within a couple miles of Lydia's place, he would start in about Lidia, right? Oh, she'll make soup out of you, kind of thing, you know. And then you go past Lydia's, and I'm sure she noticed that as that old beige-colored Chevrolet come rolling past her place, that everybody in the cars got their eyes glued and they're watching her as they go by. That might be why she was so nervous getting out of her chair like that and watching us. But then when we come home after the movie was over, it was dark. Well, that was scarier yet, because then my brother would really put on it, and he'd clown around. He'd sit there and pump on the gas, but that make the car go. He goes, "Oh no, I think the car's going to break down." He wouldn't say nothing about Lidia. He'd wait until we're close to her house to start doing it, and we go, "No, it ain't breaking down. If you got to get out and push, you're going to push, because we know you can't stop anywhere near Lidia until we get down to that next road and turn on it. Don't stop this car." Well, then there was an incident. The closest farmer to where Lidia lived had called the sheriff's department and told them that he had an issue and he would like to talk to a deputy. So they sent a deputy out to his farm, and he told the deputy, he says, "My farm," and he had a dairy operation and he had children, you know, it was a fairly good sized family. And they didn't do anything near Lidia. He didn't lease land from her. He knew a couple other farmers in the area that did, but it was the kind of thing where they sent Lidia a check and they got to use her land. They didn't want to talk to Lidia. They just pay her, use her land. Well, this farmer says, here's the problem. He says, "I just realized that," he says, "the last couple of days, and now I'm thinking I needed to call you guys, is I went out to the barn the other day to do my milking, and I realized there's only like 2 or 3 cats running around the barn." And he says, "We've always got 20, 30 cats, farm cats, running all over the place." He says the dairy barns usually got 8 or 10 cats running around. You see them all over, and when we're milking, they'll come and hang out around the parlor. And he says, "Now I only see 2 or 3. And I got to thinking something's after my cats." He said, "Well," and then yesterday he said, there was an auction in Delano. And he says, and I never go to Delano for anything. I just don't go there. And he said, but I wanted to go to that auction. So he says, I took off and I went down that county road. And I went past Lydia's. And he said, lo and behold, there's cats hanging in her fruit trees out in the front yard. That deputy was like, say what? yeah, there's cats hanging in her fruit trees, and I'm missing a bunch of cats. So the deputy said, I'll go down there and I'll look into it. Well, he went down there and he pulled in her little driveway there in front of her house. There's all the fruit trees. And sure enough, I don't even know how many, but there's a bunch of cats. And they're hanging in these fruit trees. They all got a piece of clothesline around their necks and they're all hanging in the fruit trees. So he heads to the house. And old Lidia come out, told him, you get all the heck off my property, blah, blah, blah. And he said, ma'am, I have to talk to you. You have to talk. You have to answer a couple of questions, and then I'll get out of your hair. I'll get out of here. And she said, told him flat out, you better make it doggone quick. And he said, very first question is, what's with all the cats hanging in the trees? And she goes, oh, that. And he goes, yeah, that. And she said, well, I hate cats. She says, I can't stand cats. She said, and I ended up having cats showing up here at my house. She said, so I trap them. And she said, if they didn't die in the trap, then I'd put a piece of clothesline around their neck and strangle them. And then I hang them up in the trees out there. And he goes, and why in the world would you be doing that? And she said, because those dead cats hanging in the trees scares the live cats away and they won't come close to the house because of the dead cats. And she said, any cat that's dumb enough to still come to my house is going to end up in one of them trees. Well, in their conversation, this officer found out that she was actually baiting these cats to get them to come up on her porch. She'd put out a little dish of milk or a little food, and here, kitty, 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 and then she'd strangle them and hang them in the tree. And she was insistent that that's what kept other cats away from her house. Well, he explained to her that her killing cats, that she's killing the neighbor's cats, the farm down the road. And that what she is doing is inhumane and illegal, even in the 1960s. So he told her, you got to quit doing that, got to quit doing that. And he told her, you got to get all them cats out of the trees. You got to take them down, got to take them down. And he said, I'll be back in the next day or two. And I better not see a single cat in a tree anywhere, or else you're going to end up in front of a judge. Well, she took all the cats down. She took them all down. She wasn't happy about it. She was really mad about it, but she took all the cats down. Well, word got out. Lidia is a cat killer. She's got them hanging in the trees. She's doing that to kids, too, in her basement. We're sure of it. We're sure of it. Nobody's ever seen it, of course, but we're sure Lydia's hanging kids out in the barn or down in the basement. The cats she'll hang out in the yard, but not the kids, because she'll get in trouble for that. So here we are on Fridays driving past Lydia's house, and we started thinking, we weren't, but we started thinking, I swear I just seen a couple of cats hanging in that plum tree. Well, yeah. Just the fact that we heard that was going on, us kids believed it, man. There were cats hanging in them trees every time we drove past that place. You're darn right. And then we got into this idea that, and it wasn't true. It's like my mother said, she doesn't believe Lidia ever owned a black dress. But it got to the point where every time I saw Lidia on her porch, I'd swear to God she was wearing like a black witch's dress, Your mind really starts to play with you. Well, here's the real kicker. Lidia ended up being kind of like the talk amongst young people around the community. old scary Lydia. And that neighbor whose cat she was killing got in the habit of driving back and forth up that county road just because he wanted to keep an eye on her, see if she ever hung a cat out there again or anything, or if he had a dog disappear, he'd go and he'd drive past her place looking for the dog, see if she killed his dog. And one day he called sheriff's department again, and he says, I haven't seen Lydia. Oh, during this time, my mother and Lydia, they just kind of drifted apart. And my mother wasn't going out to see her anymore or anything during that time. But this fella said, I haven't seen Lydia out on her porch for quite a long time. Well, as kids, we didn't realize it, but yeah, there was 2-3 times on our way to the theater, we noticed Lydia's not on her porch. She was always out on her porch, keeping an eye out. And I'm going to bring you up, buddy, but you'll be on the side till I'm done. It'll be done in a minute. He says, oh, good to see you, Phil. But so this fella hadn't seen Lydia out on her porch for a while. So he gets a hold of the sheriff's department, says, I don't know what you guys want to do, if somebody should check on her or what. And they asked him, well, why don't you go over and knock on her darn door? He says, she'll shoot me. That crazy old woman. He says, nobody's got the guts to go to her house unless you're wearing a badge and packing a gun. So this poor deputy had to go to her house, and he goes up, knocks on the door, no answer. Now, mind you, her house, as long as I can remember it, every single window in this house was boarded up from the outside, except for one window in her living room. Just one double hung window, and it had curtains in it. All the other windows had boards across them. And you go past there at night, and you could see the lights in the house shining through the cracks of those boards, and that one living room window, the light from that window would light up the porch. Well, he goes up there, knocks on the damn door, and she ain't coming to the door. So he's trying to look through that one window, and he could see her. She's sitting in a rocking chair in the living room with her back to the door. And he thought, she just knows it's the cops. She ain't going to answer the damn door. And he kept watching her, but she didn't seem to react to him pounding on it. And he started pounding on the door, and she didn't seem to react. So he thought maybe there's something wrong with her, that she's hurt or something. So he checked the door. It was unlocked. And he walked in there, and sure enough, she had passed away sitting there in that rocking chair. Well, the coroner's office, after they came out and got her, blah, 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 the best they could do is determine her time of death as 3 weeks, approximately 3 weeks before the officer found her. And it wasn't based on her decomposition, which is typically how they figure out the time of death. It was based on the fact that the mail in her mailbox, the postman said she hadn't been coming out and getting her mail for 3 weeks. And the oldest postmark on the mail put it right at about 3 weeks since she had checked her mail. So they determined the time of death to be approximately 3 weeks based on the mail in her mailbox, not on her body. The coroner said her body was an anomaly. He said, it's not that it doesn't happen, but it's very rare. Her body didn't decompose like a body typically does. She didn't have the bloating, none of that kind of stuff. She hadn't gotten all rancid and smelling and all that. The coroner said that the condition of her was what he would suspect a body to be maybe 2 to 3 days. He says he can't imagine it being over 72 hours. at the absolute most. And nope, she had been dead for 3 weeks. So ever since after that, ironically, the farmer that was scared to death of her because she was killing his cats, he ended up buying the farm at an estate sale, and he took that house. They went into that house. He had a friend of his empty the house out, everything that was in it, and his friend got rid of the stuff. However he did it, I don't know. And then he went in there with a crew, and the upstairs of that house, they cut the floors out. So there were no floors. It was just, you walk in the house, you look all the way up to the ceiling of the bedrooms upstairs, of the rooms upstairs. And there was a window, there was a hallway down the center of the upstairs, and there was a window at each end of the hallway. He put doors on those. And what he did was he used that house, because all the windows were all boarded up. He used that house as a corn crib. He'd fill it full of corn cobs. They'd run a conveyor up there and they'd fill that house full of corn. And then they'd use the front and back door to unload corn that he was feeding to his dairy cattle. He said there's no way in heck he was ever going to keep that as a house. He said, can you imagine, what if she's the best neighbor I could get, and what would be moving into that place next, And he said it was scary. It was scary going through her place and going into the basement and checking the one outbuilding, a little barn that she had. He said it was pretty freaky. Well, when just a few years later, I was old enough, had my own car, out running and carrying on. My buddies, oh yeah, ride with me in my car, and we're bored. Guess where we're going to end up? Out at Lidia's, man. I'd drive out there and pull right in the driveway in front of that old house. We go sit up on that old empty porch. Place is full of corn cobs, but you'd be sitting on that porch and you'd swear to God you could hear old Lidia going up and down the stairs, and she's going to come out with her gun, To think of it, this old gal, when all the truths behind it came out, her husband died in like 1922, 1924, right in that neck of the woods. And she lived in that house all the way up until 1969 alone. She had no friends. She had no family. His family wanted nothing to do with her or the property or nothing. And when she died, I guess she had a will, and she had willed it to his side of the family, and they declined. They didn't want it. They said, no, we're not taking it. We don't want it. So it went into the state's hands, and the state then sold everything on an estate sale and then gave that side of the family the money. But they didn't want anything to do with the property in any sense whatsoever. And so that old woman literally spent over 40 years alone, other than my mother going and seeing her twice a month, and once in a while a farmer that would be dropping off payment for leasing 40 acres here or 80 there. She owned about 200, I think it was 260 acres. And it's pretty ironic that the guy that was the most scared of her ended up owning the place. But I think he did the right thing, making a corn crib out of her house. But mind you, that house, when I was a kid, that house looked like it hadn't been painted in at least 60 years. Yeah, it was all gray, just gray wood. Yeah, terrible, nasty looking from the outside. And I guess the inside was nice enough, But yeah, there you go. So it's a shame that old Lydia's passed on. Otherwise, I'd invite you to come on out. We take a ride out there and we'll have a little chat with Lidia on the porch. With that, I'm pulling my buddy up here with me. Oh no, I'm not. Not pushing that damn button, right?
What's up,
I had,
Sty?
hey, what's up there, Phil?
Oh, Lydia, huh? Wow.
Lydia. Old Lydia.
I mean, the coroner said 72 hours, maybe.
Uh-huh.
She hadn't gotten her mail in 3 weeks. So I put in the chat, so maybe she just didn't have the energy to get down to her mailbox for 3 weeks.
And that's very possible. And you got to keep in mind the era, 1969. You know, forensics in 1969 was kind of like the rats ain't been chewing on her, I think whatever he's saying over there, even though he don't know shit, he don't know his ass from a hole in the ground, but I like his idea, but it was weird that the decomposition seems so low. My dad had suggested the same thing. She just quit going out to the damn mailbox. And the reason the decomposition, and they couldn't determine time of death, was she probably hadn't eaten in a week, and she probably died of dehydration,
starving to death or dehydration. Yeah,
and that's why, and that's one of the reasons why decomposition goes wild in a body, is because it's got food in it, and or the body is hydrated, and the moister, the quicker it rots, right? And so there's a lot of explanations why but we don't want to hear that shit. Lydia never dies, really, No. Yeah, I bet you if you dug her up today, she'd look as good as she did 2 days before she died, That's because she didn't look that damn good to start with. I mean, yeah. She was a big-bodied, big woman. I really don't know. I at one time I knew her last name, but I don't recall it. But I do seem to recall that she was Scandinavian. She Scandinavian ancestry, but she was a big-boned, tall, almost 6 foot tall woman, and very pronounced jaw and cheekbones. Just
those Scandinavian and Norwegians, man. I mean, they are just big boned and
tough looking gals, and the thing is she was a farmer's wife in 1920. Those gals had to be tough, and that too is once I was an older teenager and I really started asking questions. Come to find out that, how did her husband die in 1921? Well, somebody was going past their place with a truckload of something off to Delano, to that town. And they seen him sitting on the porch, and they thought he was on their porch swing. They had a porch swing at the time. And this person decided, on my way back, I'm going to stop and chat with him. Well, he stopped to chat with the guy and walked up to the porch and realized, nope, he's dead. He died sitting out on the porch swing of their porch. Well, that's where you saw Lydia all the frickin' time, sitting out on that damn porch. And her house in the winter, she'd shovel that porch off, sweep it off. She swept it. I mean, it was clean, spotless. Never touched the snow from the edge of the porch out to the mailbox even. She waded through that snow. She had a path. But she kept the porch spotless. And in the winter, she'd be out there with this big-ass wool coat on and her big old boots, farmer boots, and she'd be sitting out there in her damn rocking chair all damn day. So I think her husband passing away on that porch, some circumstances around that, she had this, a mental state about that. She put some value in that porch that nobody else would have, I think she probably figured, I'm with the old man out here on the porch, Uh, and you can't help but kind of feel for the old gal if you stop and try to put yourself in her shoes. And it's, you spend 40 years alone and watch the world constantly going by. Oh, and they said that she had a radio in her living room, and that the radio was actually on. It was turned way down, but the cop heard someone talking and then realized it was the radio. And here she had an old RCA tall wooden radio. They figure was from the 1930s. And in the back of the radio was a card. Someone in Delano, which was another 15, 20 miles from where her house was, had gifted it to her in 1930 something. And so that's how she ended up with the radio. So the old bird was able to listen to the radio and hear what's going on in the world, but she wasn't partaking. I mean, I can see good and bad in that shit, you know. Hey, get her done. Granny's out in the chat.
Oh, I'm assuming she's in the chat. Sorry.
Well, that better be.
There she is. Yeah, she is. There she is. All right.
Yeah.
Lucky guess on my behalf.
I see Adventures in the Heartland and Mystic Bunny are out there chatting away. I'm glad.
See you, Granny.
See, that's what I do on my Sty Story Sundays for the Foxits here, Chowser. I'm not seeing any. Blake Hurst came in the house. That's great. The Cindaloo. Hi, Cindaloo. And by the way, Cindaloo, I did get your address. Thank you. I'm going to be taking care of that stuff towards the end of next week. A bunch of letters are going out, some stickers, and I've got some plans for December I'm working on. And I was telling folks earlier, Phil, that Tales of a Campground host, Travis.
Yeah, I saw that the other night.
And I are working together on a collaborative event, YouTube event.
Oh, yeah.
I spent almost a full 5 hours working on it today, and I'm not even a fifth of the way through the one little piece of this event that I'm working on. But it's going to be fun. I think it's going to be very, very interesting. And
cool.
We're not going to let any real spoilers out, but I can say it's going to be about 48 hours long.
Yikes.
It's going to be alive, and it'll be about 48 hours long. And it's not going to be me for 48 hours or Travis for 48 hours. We're going to have a lot of featured speakers, a lot of different events and things that are all going to occur round the clock, starting on a Friday evening and ending on a Sunday by noon. So it's going to be pretty interesting. I didn't know what I thought about us doing this project until I started really getting into it, working it, and we're going to have a good time.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, you guys got a lot in common with all your
hi, Joy,
things and everything else. So
yeah, and I can't. Hey, Rain Dancer, it's great to see you. I can say that it, in its own sense, revolves around camping, but it's going to involve everybody from every genre, and it involves the U.S. and Europe. So it's like an example I was given at the beginning of tonight's show that here's a good example. At noon, Phil and I are going to get together for lunch, right? What would Ann and Dojo be getting together doing at that time? They'd be getting together for dinner 6 hours ahead of us. they'd be having their dinner. We're sitting down for our lunch. So the whole event is going to incorporate both worlds and things that are occurring simultaneously in both worlds, right around the clock. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be fun, and like I said, guest speakers. So, the do you want to show that can off?
It's just a new kind of beer that's kind of out there. So I thought I don't know if anybody's heard that before, but
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard "Let's Go, Brandon."
no,
Yeah. Where in the world do you ever hear that?
Yeah, I don't know.
The I was trying to watch the news today. I say trying because there were times right in the middle of a commentary or something, I'd go, wrong, stop, exit, find something else. I can't hear this. I don't want to hear this. This whole, what's his name, Rittenhouse hearing?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, what a freaking joke that is. Oh, my Lord.
How can people watch the video, pay attention to the court case live, and come up with anything other than the obvious?
Self-defense.
Right.
Okay. Now, and I had someone earlier today.
Someone else is telling them how to think and
Right,
what they
right.
saw and what they think, and they use that narrative.
I had someone, in fact, today got all pissed off at me when they got pissed off. The rest of the people, there's a group of us, about 7 of us. Everybody laughed and chuckled a little bit over it, except one person. They got all butthurt because I said, come on, you guys, you got to admit it. He's guilty of sin. He's guilty of sin. He's guilty of being 17 years old, walking around with a firearm in the public. That's it. And they keep saying that that's punishable up to 10 years. No, it is not in the state of Wisconsin. It's a misdemeanor. Exactly. Oh my Lord, John.
Yeah, and he didn't cross state lines with that in mind. His dad lives in Kenosha. So
love what you're doing to the channel, by the way. Their adventures. Yeah. No.
So he didn't just decide to go to Kenosha just because he decided to go to Kenosha. His father lived there. He lived in another state with his mom.
And he works there. He works in Kenosha, and his father lives in Kenosha. He lives with his mom just over the state line. Yeah. Now, okay, that I loved how one attorney today said it.
Well,
where he lives, he's out on the East Coast. I don't exactly remember where he said he lived, but he's got to cross 2 different state lines to get to work every day. He said he holds his legal bar license in his home state and in the furthest state away that he has to be in to work where he works. But the state in the middle that he's got to cross, he doesn't hold his bar license in that state. I can't practice law in that state, he said. He says, but what if I'm in a state that I do have my bar and someone from the state I don't says, I've got a family member in your state and I would like you to help them out. Can you come over to my state and talk to me about it? And I go over there and I talk to him about it. Technically, he says, I'm breaking the law. I'm practicing law in that state by going there and meeting with that person. And he said, this state line issue, he said, the FBI, unfortunately, because of Hoover, can play with that. They can say, oh, no, he crossed state line. Now it's a federal crime. He transported that. If he transported the gun across the state line, now it's a federal crime. It's not a state crime. But is that what any of this was intended to be from day one? No, that those intrastate trafficking laws were to stop bootlegging and racketeering, and that. This is bull BS. What it comes down to is simple. All that needs to be answered in this case is, was he acting in self-defense? Slap him with the misdemeanor, give him a $500 fine, and slap his fingers and say, don't you do that shit again. Because look at, he's got absolutely not a single prior, nothing, not even a misdemeanor, nothing. He's been a good kid. Everybody likes him. They haven't come up with character witnesses saying, oh, he's a little asshole, you know. They've come up with people that don't know him personally that got an opinion of him, but they have no actual tangible evidence that he's this bad person. And then the fact that our own government, several officials throughout our government structure, tagged him as guilty, tagged him as a white supremacist. Well, now, first of all, even if he was a white supremacist, they had no right to tag him as one, because what was occurring there had nothing to do with race. He had 3 people of his same race after his butt trying to hurt him. Now, if you want to bring race into that, okay, where's the race? Where, the only race there was him trying to get the hell away from these guys and get his butt to the nearest cop. That was compelling testimony when he said, when he was asked, why did you run to that cop? Well, because I thought I'd be safe by that cop. I figured if I went to the cop, then I'd be safe. Well, that tells me right there, he had imminent fear for his life. He needed to get near a cop. He didn't think he was guilty of anything. Guilty don't run to the police and go, help me. You know, that's not the way it works, guys. I think I hate it. The judge, I loved everything that judge has done right up until his decision now that he's going to allow them to use lesser charges. If I was that judge, I'd say, no, you picked those charges at the beginning of this trial. We tried it based on those charges. You're living with those charges, period. End of case. Because now they added those lesser misdemeanor charges to give the jury something to go with.
So, something to give them a win. So here's my outlook on the whole thing. And people may disagree, people may not. He was a young man. He was looking to go and help people in that town to keep things from being looted and destroyed. He took a weapon across state line, which he wasn't supposed to do, but it is a place in which he resides or partially resides. He took the weapon there for his own personal defense. Anybody there that's trying to protect property is trying to protect property against people who are trying to destroy it. People that are armed with weapons. We know they were armed. Other people were armed with weapons. They throw bottles. They throw bricks. They throw Molotov cocktails. They throw all this other stuff. So in order to protect yourself, you have a weapon to protect yourself. Right. In protecting himself, he made himself stand out to Rosenbaum. Now, Rosenbaum is the guy that's got psychological problems that in a video earlier that day, and they said you can't hold that against him, but in a video earlier that day said he wanted to die. He was out there to be disruptive and everything else. And he willing to be a martyr. Yep. Yeah. And he told Rittenhouse that if he caught him away from everyone else, that he was going to hurt him. Yeah. Yep. And when Rosenbaum had stopped on the side of the road to help somebody, and he was away from the rest of his people, that's when Rosenbaum decided he was going to attack him. And when he did, and Rittenhouse was left with no other choice but to shoot him or have the gun taken from him and possibly be killed himself, he shot the guy. Now, when that happened, he had to flee because other people didn't see everything. He had to flee. So the other people that attacked, this is just my whole, this is what I've come up with. As they see him fleeing, the other two guys, the other people that attacked him, don't know the specifics. They see someone who possibly went into a crowd, randomly shooting, whatever you want to call it. They don't know the specifics of what happened. They decide to attack this guy, thinking that they were attacking someone who had done something horrific, or an active shooter, right?
Right.
And they don't know. And in that case, again, Kyle, until he was put in a position where it was shoot or be killed, he didn't shoot until it was life-threatening for himself.
Right.
Okay. So both instances, when he shot someone, shot and killed a guy that pointed a gun at him, who admitted on stand that he pointed the gun at him,
right?
And that's when Kyle shot him. And the other guy they got, and then the other guy he killed, he didn't do anything until he felt that his life was threatened. So if you want to talk about something that's self-defense, everything he did,
it all adds up.
Was he wrong by taking this weapon at age 17 across state lines? Where he's guilty of that. If you want to get him on some misdemeanor charge, you want to, if you want to
teach him a lesson about,
if at the end of all this you want to give him a ticket for speeding,
go for it. I mean,
go for it.
The thing is all he deserves out of this is maybe a light disciplinary act that would teach him to be a more responsible gun owner, because
but you know what he's going to get out of all of this? He's going to get lawsuits against CNN, every major news network out there that defamed him,
against
the
Biden
President of the United States of America.
Exactly.
In an advertisement, use his likeness as white supremacist in order to win the election. In this last year, he is going to be like Nicholas Sandmann, who everyone defamed and everybody was quick to jump on him and call him a racist and call him everything else. When this is all said and done and this case is over, his attorneys are going to go to town. And
they're going to have a heyday. They're going to have a heyday with it.
Yep. So instead of just letting it fall, just letting it drop and just let him, hey, it was in self-defense, they want to bring it to court. So all those woke people can say he got, you know what? He's gonna make out with millions of dollars, just like Nicholas Sandmann. And it shouldn't be that way. But
that's what's going to happen.
They were the ones that couldn't quit, and he's going to make out. So now again, he'll never live his life normal again. He'll always be like Nicholas Sandmann. His name will be synonymous.
Right.
But he'll have millions of dollars. So he won't need a job.
The thing is he can take
the workforce. So
he can take himself off the social grid. He'll be able to afford to take himself off of the social grid.
Yep.
And which is a shame. He shouldn't have to, but the only thing that with the future lawsuits, which I'm presuming that is what's going to occur. Sure. Now, with those future lawsuits, the monetary, I don't care what he wins. If he won $10, as long as it proves the point that he was wronged, that's what I'm looking for. I want to see that confirmation that what was done to him was wrong.
They've ruined his life.
That's it. And whatever he gets for compensation, I'm fine with it. I could care less. But I really, really want to see the perps that wronged him. I want to be able to hang their picture up and say, look at that moron. Look at what they did to this man. And don't anybody else try it, because we've proven that you're going to be found liable, And this whole business about all the wordplay, that's what I hate, is all this wordplay that's going on nowadays in our society. You can't say this, you can't say that, you have to say this, and you have to say that. All that BS. This is proving that sometimes your words really do put you in a liable situation.
Well,
and these people,
you can't.
No, this is damaging.
You can't do what the news media did to him during. Everyone was quick to make him out to be bad because it was going to hurt Trump. See, that's what killed him.
Hi, Scott.
They are all quick to.
Yep.
They went after Rittenhouse not because of poor Rittenhouse. They went after him because of Trump. And how anybody can call this racist now? Again, white on white crime. I mean, I know how they call it racist because of the fact that your protesters and your BLM. He was there because all of that was going on, and because they were burning down, and that was all racist. All of that stuff, all the racism that was involved with the burning of buildings.
But that doesn't make his actions racist.
Right.
That's it. He
was actually there helping people. He was prior to that. He was cleaning graffiti off of buildings. He was helping individuals.
See, and that's an issue too. Is okay? Him bringing a gun to that event. Yeah, that's a little. That's shaky ground. That's shaky ground. I could understand. I could understand why he brought the gun with him. I just wish he would have known the law better before he made the decision to do that. It would have been much better for him if he definitely felt he had to be there. Go with a couple of people that can legally carry, and stay with them,
Well, see, but he got separated from his group, because he was helping someone. And that's when Rosenbaum attacked him.
Right, and that's the thing is to me, all of it proved his age, the immaturity, that he don't have the wisdom that somebody that's 30 years old has, and so he didn't know better than to say, "Hey, you guys, wait up here while I'm helping this. We got to buddy up. We got to keep in groups of people. We can't be just one person." He didn't know. There's no way that he didn't understand that the impact of his own actions. So I'm going to stay here alone and help this person and get separated. He didn't understand that he was 17 years old. Come on.
Well, he felt that he was doing good.
Well, and the thing is, and that's, I was talking today with a first responder and a paramedic were in the conversation with us, and we're talking, and those two brought up a legitimate concern also is, okay, he went to the event, his intent, everybody said his intent was honorable. I mean, there's no doubt. I mean, you can't fault the person that wants to help, they want to help. But, and they both felt, and it was because of his age, that, and his inexperience and lack of knowledge of certain things, that he's going into this event with a med kit. Well, first of all, he's not there as a representative of any group of EMTs, paramedics, any healthcare provider. He just opened himself up to major liability, providing any kind of medical care to anybody out there in the public. And why did he do that? Why did he think, this is cool, man? I got the med kit. I can help people. It's because he felt that he truly could help people, but he didn't realize he could really be hurting himself, because he helps somebody and it doesn't go well. And then that person's turning around and having him charged, and he's getting sued, and he's going through all this hell because he has to assume all personal liability for his own actions.
Well, then we never help any human being ever in our lives. and we're all just stay to ourselves. You can't think like that. You cannot.
Yeah.
If someone's
In a mass situation like that, and you have to go put yourself into it, I disagree. You have the ability to say, let the pros handle that. I'm not going in there. Now it's just like me. Okay, now I was CPR certified for years, right? I've allowed my CPR certification to drop. Okay, it's expired. However, if I'm walking down the street and somebody has a heart attack out there on the street, first thing I'm going to do is I need situational awareness. I'm going to look around. I'm going to yell out, does anybody know CPR? I know CPR, but I'm not certified. But I'm going to yell out, does anybody know CPR? And if somebody comes running over saying, I know CPR, cool. Let them get on the guy. Let them save the guy. But if I yell at, does anybody know CPR? And everybody's going, no, there ain't nobody knows CPR. I'm going to put my tit in a ringer and I'm going to administer CPR, even though I'm not certified, because I don't want the guy to die. Now, I could be assuming a hell of a lot of liability because I'm not currently certified. They'd say, no, he doesn't have the experience or the right or the ability and this and that. But I'm not going to let the guy lay there and die in front of me because nobody's willing to try to help him. And that's where with this kid, because of his age and I don't expect him to be able to have the frame of mind to say, just because I can, I will, instead of what should I do? You know, he doesn't have that capacity at 17 years old. He doesn't have that capacity to make those major decisions. So, but does that make him guilty of anything? No, it just makes him guilty of wanting to help. That's all that kid's guilty of, is wanting to help. And I'm actually, after all of those arguments that judge has had with the prosecution, I'm a fair amount shocked that judge hasn't dismissed the case, thrown it out. But I think the judge does not want to see this go to a mistrial. He doesn't want that kid,
because it starts all over.
He doesn't want this kid retried. He wants a decision to come down and lock it in. If it's an acquittal, great. If it's a small misdemeanor, just as good. Lock it in. The case has been heard. The decision is rendered. It's done. You can't retry anything that was listed as a charge. So I'm thinking that's why the judge allowed those lesser charges in, because those lesser charges cannot be retried again either. So if that kid ends up acquitted, all of these, that's litany of charges. I mean, now wait a minute, come on. You can't say, okay, so he killed this guy. We're charging him with homicide. We're charging him with reckless homicide. We're charging him with intent to murder. And all of those fucking things add up to he killed the guy. There should be one fucking charge. I went through that in a case where I was charged with 13 freaking charges by the exact same cop for the exact same reason. I was drunk. And that judge ripped that cop and the DA a new ass, told them everything, all these charges, 12 charges underneath the drunken disorderly are all results of being drunk and disorderly. He says that's the only charge I will allow, because every other one of these charges, you had to be drunk and disorderly to do that. So he's guilty of drunk and disorderly if he's guilty of anything. He can't be guilty of these lesser things because he had to be drunk and disorderly to be guilty of those. So no, he's either either you throw drunk and disorderly, which was the only felony they had on me, throw that completely out, and then I'll let you charge them with some lesser shit, or you throw all the lesser shit out. And prosecution wanted every charge, 13 charges, and so the judge threw the whole damn works out. The judge is the one that set up the plea for me, and I was off the hook. All I got charged with was reckless driving. And the judge said, as long as it's only reckless driving, I'm good with it, because he said, if you were drunk and disorderly, you driving recklessly makes sense. You're a disorderly drunk. Of course you'd be driving disorderly. So that's what I don't like, is all of these charges they've got on a litany of charges. It's those guys are trying to put a bunch of fish in a barrel, hoping the jury will pull one good fish out.
Yeah.
I hate it. I don't like it. Hey, I notice here, Joe Stewart in the house. He's still, or Joy is still certified. That's cool.
So Scott Swift, I mean, if you keep up with that and you keep yourself certified,
Dutch
that's
prepper.
all good, and it's all good and well.
Yeah. See, and now I looked locally here. I can go. Same folks that you get part of our first responder training through. They actually provided the CPR training. It's at a trade college here, but they're using the medical staff from Essentia Health here, and for $35 I can get recertified. So after this case, I'm going, I'll go spend the time. Here it's 2 days. It's a great certification, but it's 2 days total, about 6 hours, 6 to 8 hours, and it's worth it for $35. I'll kick out $35, go get my certification again.
But doesn't the new CPR, isn't the new CPR first about getting the breathing back? They've gone away from the chest compressions, and what they want you to concentrate first is on getting the breathing back,
to keeping the oxygen level up.
Right.
And the reason
you give them the breaths, and then you'd give them chest compressions.
But the thing with the chest compressions is that makes the blood move, and you can pump a lot of oxygen into those lungs, but it's not going to get to the brain. So compressions are still an important component of. I'm
just saying what they're doing nowadays, because I know.
Yeah, no, but even nowadays they haven't eliminated chest compressions.
All right,
they haven't eliminated it. They've reduced the cycle, so you're not XYZ breaths, XYZ chest compressions.
It was one breath, and then as I recall, when I was trained years ago, it was one breath, and then 4 chest compressions, and then one breath. As I recall.
And at one period of time, because I've been recerted, I think 7 times now, and there was one period there where it was 4 on 4. It was 4 on 4, 4 breaths, 4 compressions, 4 breaths, 4 compressions, and then because of times and so many different things, when AIDS became an issue, now all of a sudden there's no mouth to mouth, man. It's mouth to mask. I mean, no mouth to mouth, right? Yeah. Well, then they started getting back away from that, not so concerned about if you don't have a mask, fine, mouth to mouth. Now, because of the COVID situation, it's mouth to mask, and in a lot of cases they're really stressing is no, you use an airbag. You're not using your wind anymore. Well, they want you to use an airbag.
What person has an airbag? I mean, of course, if you're a paramedic and you show up on the scene and you got a fucking airbag, you're not doing mouth to mouth. But if
Right,
you're
you don't need
if
to.
you're someone that's trained in CPR and you happen to be buying, you're the only person
Right,
that can help anybody.
right.
Your
You're
mouth
not
is the
packing that
mask.
gear with you.
Your mouth is the mask, and you
Right.
are taking your life into your own hands because that
Hey,
person
Lon,
could have any number of diseases. But you know what? You're not thinking about that at that particular time. The only thing you're thinking about is saving that person's life.
when I was with the EMT crew, ambulance driver, and EMT certified, I don't know how many times I'd get yelled at. Gloves, man, gloves. First on the scene, I'm not even in the damn ambulance. I got the pager call, and I'm a block and a half away, and boom, I'm on the scene. First on the scene, and I had to actually make contact with the victim without protecting up, you know.
Sure.
So, and then the crew gets on scene and they're yelling at me, Sty, gloves, man, gloves. And I'm telling them, no, sanitation, then gloves, because you want me to put gloves over this blood on my hands? You know, what good is that going to do me? You poor dumb moron, you know? And then you run to the wagon and you sanitize up, then you glove up and mask up and go back and help again. But it's like you said, it's the world has gotten to the point where it's not acceptable for us to just do the human thing, you know, to do what feels right in your gut, you know. How do you deal with it? What do you do? What do you got to do right this second? You know, the world doesn't like us doing that. That's
the world does. It's the 2% that doesn't. The world does. It's that 2%. It's that woke. It's that, whether it's woke or whatever you want to call it. It's not that. It's not the 98%. It's the 2%. It's the people on their keyboards at home. It's the people that will find anything about you that they dislike that will try to get you in trouble when you're doing the right thing.
Yeah.
So
the you know, the whole vax thing, and that is you know, if a person wants to get vaccinated, as far as I'm concerned, go for it. If you don't want to get vaccinated, as far as I'm concerned, good, don't do it. I mean, I'm very old school on that. I think it's your choice, not mine, not somebody else's. And if you're going to do it just because somebody else is pushing you into it, then I've got for a future Sty Times, one of the topics is called "We'll Fall for Anything," and that is so true in society nowadays. Just because somebody tells you so, you're going to fall for it. You're going to say, "Oh, I got to fall in line. I got to do it exactly like everybody else." I'm sorry, but the I personally cannot participate in the I don't have a choice movement.
Well, people that have screamed and yelled for decades, "My body, my choice," don't agree when it's the vaccination.
Right. Oh, yeah. You talk about hypocritical.
You're making a choice to kill other people. Well, you're making a choice to kill an individual as well, based on how some of us believe. So, you know what? My body, my choice is my body, my choice. So if you can say it one way,
yeah, it's got to go straight across the board. And right. Here, I like that analogy, Phil, because here, all of these people, and I had to deal with it. We homeschooled our kids for a few years and had to put up with the grief. All of these people, anti-homeschooling. Oh, they're just raising a bunch of idiots and blah, blah, blah. And you can't do that. Those kids got to be in an accredited school, blah, 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 blah. Okay. All those same people are the same people today that are saying, you can't send them kids to school. COVID. You can't send them kids to school. You got to keep them at home and you got to help teach them. No, wait a minute. 15 years ago, you were calling me a Nazi anarchist and blah, 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 because I taught my kids at school or at home. But now you're telling me I have to. You talk about a pack of freaking hypocrites.
Well, they change like the wind.
Well, that's it. Is
But they don't want you to teach them at home. They really don't want you to teach them at home. They want you to stick them in front of a computer
well,
for 8
that's it.
hours.
The truth behind it.
And let the teachers tell them how to learn and have new math and new this, new that CTR is integrated into.
See, and the thing is they want to call it parents teaching their kids at home. They want to call it that, but it's only parents teaching their kids at home our way. Otherwise, then the parent is a bad parent. No, wait a minute. It's all, yeah, and none of it is necessary. None of it's necessary.
They take
None of
credit
this
when
crap.
it's good, and they push blame when it's bad. That's all it is.
Yeah. They're not willing to accept, let alone admit, when they were wrong.
Right.
See, I don't mind a person that believes in something. I mean, they strongly believe in something. They want to get in a good argument over what they believe. I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all. But if someone enlightens them and gives them enough information that they have to change their position on something, I admire a person that says, "Whoa, holy shit, I was mistaken. I was mistaken." Because people that are mistaken are honorable people. People that are never to blame and never wrong are not. I mean, that's bullshit. I can't stand it when I have people say, "Hey, I'm never wrong about nothing. I don't say it unless I'm right." Oh, no, I don't like that shit. I don't want to hear that shit. I mean, I've got 65 years invested in life, and I guarantee you there were many times I was sorely mistaken. And once I knew I was sorely mistaken, I changed my views and let people know. No, I was wrong. I was mistaken, man. I didn't. But I was right with the amount of information I did have, but I didn't have all the information. Once I had it all, I found out that no, I wasn't so right. I was sorely mistaken. There's nothing wrong with being mistaken about something, because we only know what we know. And that's why, Phil, that's why I like your approach, and that's the approach I take. I watch all of the media, all the way from the far left to the far right and everything in between. I put more time into conservative media. I definitely do. I put a lot more time into it, and for good reason, because I've weighed the information I've been getting, and I can see how it's construed and misconstrued more on one side than it is on the other. So, but I want to hear it all. I'm not going to make a decision just because one group said so. I want to hear what they all got to say, because there might be something behind that. There might be some reason for that, you know.
And I can't see how someone doesn't believe the way I believe based on what I watch and what I hear. So I have to watch and hear what other people are basing their opinions on that are different from mine, in order to understand why they believe. And I've had people say, "Well, you think I'm brainwashed?" Well, you know what? Aren't we all a little brainwashed? Aren't we all? We all will gravitate towards what we want to hear, whether it's politics or anything else. We will all gravitate to what it is that makes our ears feel good.
Right.
So
what feels right to us.
Just a little bit brainwashed. Now, if you've got one person telling you all of this, and you got 3 or 4 people telling you something else, you're going to gravitate towards something else. And that's why I believe that that so many people gravitate towards CNN, ABC, NBC, and CNN, because you have 4 or more major news networks that can inundate you. And the problem is they all say the same
The
thing.
same thing.
And they all get the same narrative. Has
Exactly the same.
Has anybody here lately heard a phrase come from any of those networks called dog whistling?
Oh yeah, that
is their latest word.
That's
that
their tag.
using.
That's their
Not
tag.
on one network, but on all of those networks.
All of them.
Dog
Straight across the
whistling.
board.
So you don't see it, you don't hear it. The only people who can hear the dog whistling are the Trump white supremacist people, the racists. We're the only ones that can hear the dog whistle, because apparently there's something going on that only us know about, that nobody else knows about. Is that dog whistle.
See, and that's an issue that actually burns my butt, is when somebody starts in on me. Oh, you're one of them Trump people and this and that, and I tell them, no, you need to go F yourself, because Trump. We weren't even talking about Trump. Why the hell are you even bringing his ass up in this? Because I don't think any different about these issues than I did before Trump. Trump wasn't even in the picture, and I still stand. I'm convicted on some of my constitutional issues. Trump didn't change it. He just fell in line with some of the things I felt. That doesn't make me a Trumper. What the fuck is a Trumper? I'm an individual, and this citing bullshit about, oh, you're either all this or you're all that,
You either agree with us or you're a white supremacist. That's what
it
boils down to these days.
And
you can be a black female who just got lieutenant governor.
Yeah.
You are a white supremacist. You are a black mouth speaking white supremacist.
Yeah.
And they have convinced you, and that's just not right. I mean,
and
the people that can't see beyond that, I feel sorry for you.
And the biggest insult in the world, it's bad enough when it is one person of color calling another person of color an Uncle Tom or a white supremacist. But when you got all of these white people calling black people white supremacists, and those black people are going, why am I a white supremacist? Because I'm arguing for equal rights. Why would you call me, you're white and you're calling me a white supremacist? Are you blind? How many blind people do we have in the media and in politics? And that I heard someone say the other day, and I totally agreed with it. They said, in politics, the majority in politics right now, on the what side we're talking about, is colorblind, because they don't give a shit if you're white or black. If you don't agree with them, you're a white supremacist.
Right.
So they're colorblind. They don't see color. All they see is an opposition. They see someone in opposition to their position, and that's the tag. That's the tag. If you're in opposition to us, then you must be a white supremacist. And I hate that, because I was very involved on that whole white supremacy issue years ago. And I know what a real white supremacist is. And I haven't seen them call out a real white supremacist in the last 5 years.
Well, there's a lot of people that are racist that still aren't white supremacists.
Exactly. And the thing is the racism is straight across the board. I don't care what nationality they are. I've seen it in every group. I've seen it amongst Native Americans, blacks, Asian communities. I've seen it. They talk about systemic racism. I can put you in some actual governmental political arenas that are held by people of color, different cultural colors, and they are so racial that it's almost disgusting. It'll almost make you ill to find out how much they hate other races, but yet they're holding public office, but they're never called racist because they're of color. You can be racist no matter what the hell color you are. And this business that whites are born racist, no. If that is true, then everybody is born racist. I don't care what color you're born, then everybody is born racist. And it's BS, and we all know that. Racists are made. They are not born that way.
Definitely not born, because if you see little kids playing with one another,
they could care less.
You'll see that. You'll see they're seeing another little kid.
Yeah.
It's only when their parents.
Yep. Exactly.
Or other little bigger kids get a hold of them that things become racist.
Right. So, yeah. Kids are literally colorblind. I mean, they literally are, and I love it. I love watching my one daughter, her family is multiracial. It's got Native American, it's got African American, and it's got actual pure African in it. And she's got a Sicilian. She's got, she's got, I always say, it's a bummer when she comes to back when I had a big house, comes to my house for a holiday, because I got to put up, everybody thinks that United Nations is meeting at my place, because there are so many nationalities between her family and my other daughter's family, and even Running Water's family. But those kids, with my one daughter, she's got 11 children. Them growing up in the same household, what you see, if one of the kids of color in that household is getting picked on racially by somebody, the rest of the kids in that household, they don't stick up for their brother because he's black. They go, hey, back off, man. He's our brother. Leave him alone. What the hell's the matter with you? They don't, because they grew up colorblind in that household. They're all brothers and sisters. They don't see color in each other at all in that household. And then when they see it coming from the outside towards one of them, the whole family, they act confused. Like, why in the hell are they making it a color thing? What the hell? What? As like my oldest grandson of color, his father is a Cameroonian. And my grandson, is actually heir to a seat on the Cameroonian Senate if he should ever wish to go back to Cameroon and claim citizenship. He can get put right on their Senate. It's a hereditary seat. He was told in school by his teacher, she told the whole class, she said, class, this is great. This is great. I've talked to our administration, and we're going to have a lot more diversity in our classroom now. We're going to teach more diversity now that we have someone of color in the classroom. They're all looking at my grandson. My grandson's looking around like, what the hell? He raises his hand. He says, teacher, who are you talking about? She goes, well, I'm talking about you. And he goes, what do you mean? Why are you talking about me? And she said, well, you're black. And he goes, it says Caucasian on my birth certificate. And he says, and I don't give a shit what the birth certificate says or what you say. He says, you're not using me as a tool for your own agenda. And he got kicked out of school for 3 days for that. And I went in, and you don't want a pissed off grandpa coming in to see the superintendent. And I went in there and set shit straight. I said, that kid come into your school with absolutely not a single iota of racial discomfort whatsoever anywhere he went. He felt equal to anybody and everybody. He didn't give a shit what color they were. He was their equal. He was just a fellow peer. But now he believes this school has singled him out and he's a tool for this school. He doesn't feel welcome here. He just feels that he's a token. And the superintendent, thank God he was understanding. And the teacher actually ended up with a 30-day unpaid suspension for what she did. And I got to, it's not to pat myself on the back at all. I got to pat my daughter on the back for raising her children with that,
if one of your children is not, then you're not raising them that way. It's just what you do. It's not right or it's not wrong. It's just what you're doing. You don't focus on it. You don't focus on this is right and this is wrong. This is what we do. It's like you're not teaching something. You're not teaching something.
That's right. And that's, I love that when I hear someone like Morgan saying, what do we need a National Black People's Day for? I'm black every day of the week. What difference does it? So what? We don't, because if you're going to give special attention to one group, then you got to give it to every group. And then everybody feels a little cheated because that group got their day on a Friday and the other group got theirs on a Thursday. And he says it's all bullshit. And he said, there's never racism without an act or a comment. It takes one of those two. Someone acts against somebody because of their color, or they say something because of their color. He said, so quit talking about it and quit acting like an ass. And where does racism go? It goes out the window because it's just not, nobody's going to put up with it. Nobody's going to put up with you talking about bringing it up all the time. Nobody wants to hear that shit.
If we stopped talking about racism, we quit trying to call someone racist,
right?
Racism would diminish,
right?
When we weren't talking about it, and I would say pre-Barack Obama. I mean, I want to say when he took office, we seemed to want to.
It came up.
It came up a whole lot more. There was a lot more. If you just let a sleeping dog lie.
That's it. And deal.
Unfortunately, this is a white person talking, right?
Right. But
if you let a sleeping dog lie, it'll be all right. But you know what? I see so much of the what's going on in the country nowadays. The Democrats do keep people in these impoverished neighborhoods.
Yep.
A lot of them are black neighborhoods. They too keep them down. They don't let them get beyond where they're at. They don't let them flourish. They don't let them progress in life, and they keep them down. And it just, what? All of that stuff to me, it drives me crazy. And unfortunately, I think too much about it because at the end of the day, it really doesn't affect me very much in my life.
Look at here.
My family,
oh my gosh.
Where I live.
The basement's getting full.
But what's up, Granny?
Hey.
What's up, Mike?
Look at this pair. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Oh, Granny. It's great to see you.
I'd have been here since I got a little tied up.
Got a little tied up? Oh, are your extracurricular activities all done now? He untied you. And,
Granny's having something to drink and a smoke, so she's good.
Yeah.
What's up, Eileen?
Eileen, hi, sweetie.
Can't get away from these people.
You can't?
I got here first.
Yeah, Granny was actually first in the basement. Then Mike came behind her.
Granny was on my panel before you.
I called her up. I knew she was in the chat. I didn't know she was in the chat, but I figured she was in the chat tonight.
Yeah. She popped in my chat early, and
did she?
So I knew she was around and about. And this guy's been streaming the last couple of days quite a bit, and I've been. I'll admit it. I was busy working on this future event we're trying to do on YouTube here, but I had Mike's stream running in the background, and because I had so much crap up and running, and it started lagging, and things weren't working right, and I thought, what the heck? And then I realized, oh shit, I got that damn e-waste running in the background. I shut him off and everything started working good again. Yeah.
Well, when you stream e-waste, Mike, if you didn't know all that shit in his fucking basement, which clogs up the fucking internet, you wouldn't have a problem. But look at all that trash back there.
And what's this post on Facebook there, Mike, that you're trying to get rid of some laptops?
Because I have to ship all my stuff now, and I can't ship those because they're way too heavy.
And
I have over 1,000 pounds of them, and I got to go pick up a pallet full tomorrow. So,
and so now all of your scrap you got to ship, or you can't deliver.
No, my buddy that helped me passed away.
I got a truck and a trailer.
Yeah, so.
Hey, you heard that? Spice
got a truck. I got a truck.
Yeah, I don't want to hang around with you for 8 hours. Fuck that.
I don't want to hang out with you either. Just tell me where to go.
Yeah, he wants to bring his truck and trailer so that he don't have to ride with it. He just help you get twice as much delivered. See?
Oh, I'll tell him where to go. Go fuck yourself.
I didn't need you for that.
Yeah, look, this is what I did on my stream. See, I'm packing boxes so I can ship them out.
There you go.
So that's what I've been doing.
Yep.
I donated a lot of stuff to your industry a few years. Well, you didn't donate it to me, but I appreciate you donating it. Keep it out of the landfill.
Yeah, I donated a couple of lawnmowers a couple of weeks ago. Sent Mike a picture of my receipt for $71, getting rid of 2 old lawnmowers from my father-in-law's house that don't work.
Hey, that shit adds up, man. You'd be surprised.
The funny part is I had them both at the end of my property for 2 days, asking for $50 a piece. Hell, I would have taken them down there for $71 for the total had I known that's how much they already give me for crap. So
that's it. Is I decided I don't want to spend the money on a outboard and tank and the gear to trick out that aluminum boat I bought this summer. And I was lucky because a guy loaned me his outboard. But now I'm looking at what it's going to cost to buy an outboard, the price of gas, all that shit. I'll just keep paddling my damn kayak. So I asked Mike, what's the price of aluminum? And I call after talking to Mike, I called our local scrapyard and asked him, and he said 47 cents a pound he'd give me.
That's a good price.
And I said, and I think he's doing it because he's trying to schmooze me, because he knows that I got access to a bunch of other scrap that he wouldn't give me such a good price for. But I figured it out, and that damn boat at 47 cents a pound, I'm going to get more for it than what I paid for it.
You paid for it, yeah. Taking
it to the scrapyard. Well, then Running Water had this outdoor shed, and snow load collapsed the damn thing. So he just tore it apart and stacked it all. And I was looking at it, and he asked me, he goes, what do you think that shed was made out of? And I said, that's sheet aluminum and aluminum excursion for all the box aluminum they use for the frame and shit. And I looked at it the other day. Yep, it's aluminum sheeting. It's not steel. It's aluminum sheeting and aluminum excursion, a lot of it, And I thought, whoa. Running Water says, yeah, I want that mess cleaned up. I was just wondering what that is. And I said, don't worry about it. When I get moved into the place this spring, I'll get rid of it for you. I just pile that shit in the boat and off I go to the junkyard, man. You damn right. I'll slide that boat in the pickup box, and then I'll start stacking all that sheet aluminum and all that excursion in there, and strap her down, take it to the scrapyard. Ching ching, ching ching.
So is it excursion or is it extrusion? What is it?
Excursion. It's you know,
extruded aluminum.
It's
aluminium
shit, you know.
It's
Aluminium. Oh, I can't. Oh, I laugh my ass off, and I never really go. I did once with Ralph, I think. One of the guys. But I don't go there. But when I hear him say aluminium, after about the fourth or fifth time they say it, it's like, son of a bitch. I got to figure out a way where it'll just block that word. Aluminium drives me nuts.
Yeah, when we're on the panels, you'll scramble. We just call it aloe.
Aloe. Yeah, put a little aloe on it.
Yeah, a little aloe.
Like you sound
That's a lot easier to say than aluminum.
Yeah, aluminum.
I can't hardly say aluminum.
Well, you got to put your teeth in to say it.
Oh,
I didn't even say it when I had my teeth.
You are such an ass. This is for you, Mike. Yeah. Yeah. That's what you.
I call it as I see it.
Like giving Mike the finger ever meant anything to him anyway.
I invented.
Well, it makes him feel good. Hey, Tim, it's great to see you there, Wheel Life. This is Wheel Life.
What's up, Timmy? I invented the finger, so you ain't got nothing on me.
You invented it?
Damn, you're old.
God, you got to be old. I've had mine for 65 years, man.
Not as old as you two.
But yeah, what the hell? Oh, I tell you what, don't break your tailbone when you're old.
No, not when you're young either.
When I
break your tailbone.
When I shattered my tailbone back in the 70s, at least I could just get up, walk around. I was healthy enough and had good stamina, and I could stand. I can remember standing in the living room, leaning against the wall, watching TV for an hour, you know. And just if it hurt to sit down, I just didn't sit down, you know. But now, shit, I'm old. I like to sit down a lot. And
Sty, did you just say you don't have good stamina?
Well, in two of my legs. Yeah.
He hasn't been practicing with a third leg lately, so he's not quite sure. It's like a marathon runner hasn't run a marathon in.
Well, I'll tell you what, when you're turning 65 and you ain't got yourself a girlfriend, it still comes in handy to have a kickstand. I tell you,
it's a glowing dust.
Otherwise, I'd fall over. You know.
Mm-hmm.
I've had people walk up to me and say, Sty, why are you leaning like that? Well, you didn't notice I'm using my kickstand. Yeah. Yeah. Makes me lean over a couple of inches or so.
I'm going to claim disinformation.
Disinformation. Yeah.
This is some kind of collusion or disinformation.
Disinformation's pretty good information. I'm telling you.
Or information I just don't want to fucking know.
That's what kind of pissed me off too with that whole line of shit. Well, that's disinformation, or is it misinformation? Is it dis or miss? If that's the only information you have and you're sharing it and it's wrong, then it's misinformation. You're mistaken. If it's intentional and it's to put down your information, then it's disinformation. I'm dissing your information. Yeah, I'll just play with words, you know. I told a gal yesterday, and I had a bunch of people laughing, man. Oh God, these guys were they're bent in half. They go, "You're one brave son of a bitch." I said, "I'm moving the hell out of here probably February." I said, "So I'll say what I want around here." But this one old gal, she's rattling on. She's liberal as could be, you know. And she's rattling on. And I told her, I said, Jesus Christ, you're 71 years old. How in the hell can you talk for 15 minutes and not make sense once?
We'll be here for 3 hours tonight, so hey.
So
Oh,
just on this story.
that's for Phil.
There we go.
Yep. But yeah.
yeah, here you go, Phil. I ain't give you one of them in a while.
There you go. There you go.
The
Well, normally I got to make you big in order to get a finger. So yeah.
oh boy, she gave you some good ones too in the past.
I tell you what. Once I meet someone or do something nice for someone, they seem to just disappear on me. And me and Granny, me and Granny went out to lunch one day, and then after that, she just kind of disappeared.
Yeah.
Honey, I disappeared on everybody.
She did disappear on everyone. She disappeared on everyone.
My mind just ain't been right.
Yeah. So
She called me last night at 9:30 for a booty call. Am I lying?
See how well it done? Here I am.
there you go.
Yeah. Yeah. That's because she knows, Mike, that when you're thinking about her, this is the situation. That's Mike thinking of Granny right there. Yeah. He's touching his elf for sure.
Well, you know, I called her the one day, she wouldn't answer her phone. I called her another day, she wouldn't answer her phone. So then, you know, I just texted her and said, you know, we're broke up and that's it, and I'm done with you and be gone. And now she's calling me and, you know, apologizing. And
I play hard to get. It worked wonders.
I had somebody
like relationship.
I had somebody yesterday ask me, "Oh, you're home from camp? You're home for good now?" I said, "I've been home for 2 fucking weeks."
Yeah.
And they said, "Well, where were you?" I said, "Practicing being dead." I said, "I was practicing being dead. Nobody's checked on me yet." I said, "So, yeah, I got a feeling that if I stay here, I'm going to stink this place up someday." Yeah. 2 weeks, I didn't talk to nobody, and nobody come talk to me either. Yeah. Where the hell have...
That's what I worry about this room down here. I could die down here. It would be like a day and a half before someone says, well, "Where's Dad at?" Yeah.
That ain't so bad, though. My ex-wife, I mean, she even admitted it. If I died in the living room when we were married, until I started reeking, she wouldn't realize it. In fact, she said, "I'd probably spend at least one day yelling at you, take a shower, you stink." And yeah. And I said, "That's because you talk at me. You don't talk with me. So if I don't respond, you don't give a shit. You don't care anyway." I said, "And if I'm not eating, that's good because you don't fix anything for me anyway." And so, no, she would never notice that I was dead unless I bloated way up and stunk the place up. Then it would be, "Hey, kids, come over here and check your dad out. I think there's something wrong with him." "Well, we can't get there till next Tuesday." "Well, okay. But next time you're here, make sure to check on him."
next time you're here.
Yeah. You gotta love me.
No, you don't.
Don't gotta.
No, you don't gotta. No. Oh my God.
That wasn't even me.
Yeah, what are these crash and burns?
That's me making all that crashing noise.
Uh-oh.
Oh, my fucking foot. Jesus Christ.
Oh, geez, I didn't realize I had this in my quick pictures. There's a mob family. Hard to believe that's me and my 2 boys.
What?
Their beards are longer than yours.
You're in the middle?
Yep. I was a chubby bugger.
Well, that's
Because
before
both
your
of
beard.
that's when I was beardless during
Oh.
my
Because running water looks like running water, just a few years younger.
Yeah.
And of course, I've never seen Joe before, so.
yeah. There's Joe. Yeah,
What
but
year was that?
oh Jesus, I don't know.
Don't make it
2000, 2000 maybe, 2000, no later than 2005. I don't think that was at a. Okay, I got family down in Iowa. They're kind of the furthest away of the immediate family, and that was my sister's family, and they loved to have family reunions. Well, they always wanted to have it in the community my mother lived in. And they would make these family reunion plans and just inform us, what do you got there, Granny?
Little miniature marshmallows I made
Oh,
to put in our hot chocolate. Homemade marshmallows. And they're good.
huh.
Yeah.
But yeah, that picture is from one of those family reunions that was supposed to be out in this nice big park in Buffalo, Minnesota. And you actually had to reserve picnic area there and shit. So we got like this big picnic area reserved. We get there and it was the worst fucking weather you ever seen. Colder than shit. The wind was blowing. It was raining and raining sideways. Running water ran down the local Home Depot and bought a bunch of big ass tarps, and we put up all these tarps and shit. It didn't matter. Them tarps were up. We're sitting under the tarps, still getting soaking wet. And we're going to barbecue. Well, you couldn't even get the damn barbecue lit. It was a deluge. And we got all these people, the whole family there. And I can't remember, 40-some people, I think. And my mother, God bless her, she goes, we're going down to that bowling lanes and bar down there because they got a big restaurant there, and we're all going to go in that restaurant, and that's where we're going to family reunion it. Me and my two boys. Yeah. I ended up getting 3 really big, and I think they were 12 by 24 tarps. Ended up getting those because running water, he was driving a little compact car all the way from Iowa up here, and he says, I don't want them damn tarps. I bought them for this family reunion that we're not having now. And I said, I'll take them. Hell yeah, I'll tear them down and take them home. So I got 3 new tarps out of the deal, and we went to that restaurant, and my mother, like I said, God bless her soul, she was too damn good to people. I told everybody, I told my siblings, my 3 siblings, I said, take care of your own families. I got Ma, I'll cover her. You guys take care of your own families. Pick up your own tabs. Oh, hell no. I find out after the whole thing is over, my mother picked up the tab for all of them effing people that sat in there and ordered off the menu anything they goddamn pleased. And oh, I was pissed off. I was so pissed off. And me and the 2 boys, that's what they took that picture because the 3 of us kind of got together to be sounding boards and bitch about what they did to their grandmother and their mother, and found out my one sister and brother-in-law, they took care of my ma. They really did. And they ponied up some to help Ma out on the tab. And then I did the same, cut her a check and said, nah, you're not paying for the whole damn thing. But then my mother was a goofball that way. What we gave her to cover her costs, I think the tab came to close. It was about $500, and all the money we gave her to offset that. Found out she gave it to her local church. Jesus, I don't want you to give that to the damn church. I want you to put that back in your own bank account. So she spent $500 plus she gave at least half of that back to her church. So it cost her $750, you know. But yeah, me and my two boys. Yeah. That's the nice thing is when I croak, I know at least two people will be at my funeral. Yeah. Running Water, that goofball, today he tells me, oh, you got to watch for tomorrow because he says you got a package coming. He says the replacement for that wrong coffee order I made for you is coming tomorrow. What the hell? I said, what he did was he ordered me some more Death Wish coffee, right? And I love that coffee. But he got me those, for that fucking machine, those cups. You stick in the machine, and it's supposed to make one cup. Well, I found you put one of those cups in a coffee filter and make a 12-cup pot of coffee with it. Yeah, that's good coffee. You don't need more than what's in one of those cups. The only reason that they have those little cups making 1 cup of coffee is so they can sell you more of their damn coffee. That's all. Because you don't need that damn much coffee to make 1 cup. And I told him, thanks, man. That's cool. I'm glad you did it. And I tried, opening a cup, dumping it in the filter, and running a pot. I said, it makes great coffee. It's still good. Still good. Not quite as strong as I typically make it, but it's good. Well, now he says, I got a hold of them. I was pissed off because their advertising for that wasn't clear that it was those little cups, boxes of those little cups. And he says the amount of actual coffee in that order, he said, I can't remember what he said. It was 8 ounces total amount of coffee. What he thought he was ordering was a pound of that coffee. Those little cups that only add up to 8 ounces cost more than twice as much as a pound of coffee in the bag. So he got a hold of him and he bitched and whined and said, your description lacking because it didn't say this, didn't say, and he really laid it out as to why he thought he was getting something different. And they said, but we don't accept any kind of food returns at all. But what we can do is a replacement for you, and we'll send you what you wanted at no cost. So he had him send me a pound of that coffee at no cost. Okay. I said, you keep sending me that damn coffee. I got a cupboard full of it. You want to come over for some coffee? I got plenty. I told him, I said, I'm going to have coffee for a freaking year, man. He says, no, my house will have coffee for a year once you get moved in. That's the way that son bitch thinks. I'm telling him about, I can't wait to get all this shit over to your place, and I got shit that I can get out of storage and actually use and have out and this and that. And he says, just think about it. You never have to move again. And he says, and I don't have to move your shit when you die. He doesn't want me there. He just wants me to get all my shit there and die. I see what he's doing. Yeah. That's funny. He has me getting him all set up. He says, "Whoa, handling your estate ought to go pretty easy." I got all of his shit, and I got the key to the house. So guess what?
Press Control D.
Just gotta give some of the trinkets to the sister, and we'll be all set.
Let me try this. Control.
Yeah, we spent the weekend moving my daughter from one place to another. So.
Oh, don't you just love fucking moving? Oh,
I did. Tired of moving this chick.
My ex-wife, for God's sakes. Before we divorced, We moved out of our joint apartment. I moved in with my one boy, my youngest boy. She moved in with our youngest daughter. So I had to move all of the furniture and shit she wanted over to my daughter's place. I hauled all that shit over there, and I thought, well, that just ain't right, man. We're getting divorced. Oh, so she should have to haul that shit. Don't she have a boyfriend or something that can do that shit for her? Well, oh no, I hauled all that shit. So what she do? She gets in this situation where my daughter says, "Well, Dad, Mom needs your help again." I said, "What do you mean?" She said, "We're getting a different house." Oh, the hell. She says, "I got all my stuff covered to get it moved, but mom's stuff, I told her, find somebody to help you move it." And so I just want to let you know, warn you up front. Sure enough, the ex-wife calls and, "I can't find anybody to help me move." So I move her a second time. I move her into my daughter's new house. Well, then she isn't there 3-4 months, and the two of them decide they don't like each other today. And my ex-wife calls me up and says, "I gotta move. The girl and I aren't getting along, and I gotta move." And I said, "Where the hell are you moving to?" "Well, just across town. It's not that far." And I said, "Okay, into what?" And she goes, "A co-worker's place." I said, "Oh shit, that sounds pretty fucking permanent to me." So she couldn't find anybody. I get the trailer. I got the truck. I had to go borrow a trailer from a guy and his son who were no longer friends of mine because I was divorced. I had divorced my wife, and they were friends with her, but they felt they couldn't be friends with me. But yet he was more than willing to loan his trailer to me to go move her. Instead of him taking his truck, his trailer, and his lazy ass and his boy and going over and moving her, he's going to loan me his not friend the trailer to go do the work alone. So I go and I move her a third time. And I told her flat out, "That's it. I ain't doing this shit no more. We're divorced, man. I moved you 3 times divorced. I ain't doing this no more. No." And it all within 9 months. I thought, Jesus Christ, I tell you what, my future as a divorcee is going to suck. I'd rather be married to her than I would have never divorced her if I would have known I was going to have to do all that shit for her. So I told her flat out, "That was your last go at it. 3 strikes, you're done, man." It wasn't 2 weeks after I told her that. She calls me and she says, "You're not going to like this, but I need help moving again." I said, "I'm not going to move you. I'm not moving. You're just shit out of luck." And she goes, "No, it's not me. It's Mom. It's her mother." I said, "What do you mean?" She said she's moving into assisted living, and all of her things in her apartment, we got to haul some of it to my house and some of it to my aunt's house. I said, "What's this we shit? I told you I'm not moving you anymore." She says, "But you're not moving me. You're helping out Mom." I said, "She ain't my mom no more. She's not my mom." I didn't like her being my mom when we were married. But oh no, so I had to go move that old woman's shit all over the country. So that's four moves, right? In less than a year. Literally on the 12th freaking month of my divorce, she calls me and says, "That bitch I live with, blah, blah, blah. She's kicking me out." I said, "Boy,
can't imagine why."
I said, "Shit, it took me 38 years to figure that shit out. It only took her 3 months. That's pretty good."
She's gifted.
That woman, I want to get to know her. She's sharp. She's bright. And she goes, "I need to move one more time." I said, yeah, straight to hell. That's where you need to move to. Because I am not hauling that shit.
Nope.
So I'm calling people that I don't even communicate with anymore because they're her friends, not mine. And I set up to have 4 guys show up on a specific day with 2 trucks and a trailer to haul all of her shit, right? On that day, they're supposed to all be there by 8 o'clock in the morning. On that day at 11 o'clock, she's calling. I thought, oh, cool. She's going to call and tell me thanks. You know, they all got moved. And she said, when did you say these guys are going to show up?
Oh, no.
Them sons of bitches. So I called these guys, and they're all going, no, we changed our mind. We're not going to do it. We're not going to move. I said, you could have frickin' told me, you know, assholes. Now, last minute, I can't get anybody to help. My son's not available. Running water's out on the road. There's no way to fucking move her except... And she said, I got a real problem because she said, my friend here gave me a 14-day notice in Wisconsin. You can give a 14-day. Gave her a 14-day notice, and she says, there's a deputy sheriff sitting here in his squad car. And he said he has to see me loading and moving things. Otherwise, he's not leaving. And if by 4 o'clock I'm not off the premises, then I will have to leave or be charged with trespass. I said, I'll be there in 45 minutes. And I scrounged up a fucking trailer and I drove over there. And
be you, bitch.
Move number 5. And I told that deputy, I told him, he says, I'm glad to see you're here to help her move. I said, have you been paying attention? How much help are you seeing? The only help I'm getting is, oh, don't bang that up. Oh, don't scratch that. Or, oh, be careful with that. I said, that's the only involvement she's got in this whole damn thing. And he goes, yeah, I kind of noticed that. And I said, he says, but it looks like you got it mastered. I'm going to just get out of here. I can see you guys will be out of here by 4 o'clock. You'll have everything out of here. I said, you ain't going nowhere. He goes, what do you mean I ain't going anywhere? I said, I want you here as a witness that when I kill her, I had good reason. You know, that poor dumb bastard, he got on the radio and went coded. And he asked the sheriff himself, what should I do? This guy is not happy. This guy's not happy. And he said I should probably stick around because there could be a domestic out of this deal. And then, at least that trip, she said, I feel so bad. The least I could do is buy you lunch. Well, this is at 3:30 in the afternoon. Last load, getting hauled out of there. And I said, where do you want to go for lunch? We went to the A&W. So I got to eat A&W for lunch. That's all I got out of moving 5 times. I paid for all the gas. I paid, and I did all the labor. I do have to say, though, when I moved her from my daughter's house out to her this friend of hers, my daughter was there for about a half an hour. And she saw me because my ex-wife had the exact same couch I got now that I'm trying to deal with. And I had hauled that son of a bitch all the way through this big house and had it out the front. I had it halfway out the front door, and it was a bitch. It was not coming out nicely. And my youngest girl, she showed up and she goes, oh my God, Dad, I only have about a half hour, but here, I'll help you get that couch out and a couple of the big items. And so my youngest girl, she at least helped me with a couple of items, getting them out. No help putting them in anywhere, but getting them out, at least I had her take one end of things. This move, I'm feeling a little stressed over it, but not much. I've got Travis, Tales of the Outdoor Host, and Running Water. Travis is saying that, you know, he could run up here and help me move the shit. And Running Water said, if I know exactly when you want to move it, I'll just schedule myself in the town for the weekend. And Travis can only help on the weekend. So I said, that all works good. I could have both them boys here. And we could load this shit up, get it all moved over there in probably about an hour and a half total, beginning to end. And I won't have to kill myself to do it. Unless running water decides to be lazy, I don't know. But
yeah, I'm glad I had some extra hands this weekend because it was not easy moving my daughter. Even though we didn't have a ton of shit to move, we had to move it out of our old place, load it all up in the vehicles, and we had to walk it across the street and up the narrow stairs to her apartment.
Yeah.
Isn't that a bitch?
And then they're really narrow, steep stairs. Yeah, it wasn't good. It sucks being old and fat.
It does.
Well,
just the old part is bad enough, man. Yeah,
But the fat part, when you get up the top of the stairs, you got the shit in the room. You're like, you're trying to catch your breath. All right, now I got to go back downstairs, grab something else. I used to be the young, strong. All my kids were, now my kids who are younger than me can lift as much as me and not be winded like I am doing shit.
Well, that picture I showed you, I was in my 40s at the time, right?
Uh-huh.
At that time, if I hauled furniture, if we hauled a couch into the house, we hauled the couch in, and it was 15 minutes to a half an hour. I sat on that fucking couch once it got set down.
Yeah.
That's the first thing. They set that couch down, and I'd start yelling, "Where's the cushions? Where's the cushions? Where's the cushion?" All you had to do is get a bottom and back cushion on. I'm sitting on that something, but you can put them other cushions on with me sitting there. Haul a chair in. I'm sitting in that chair. I didn't mind hauling like dining room table chairs and shit because I'd get halfway in the house, stop, set it down, sit on the chair, turn around, pick it up, carry it the rest of the way. But yeah, that being winded like that is a bitch. I mean, now I've learned. Now I'm not as heavy, but I'm old. Son of a bitch. I do things a lot slower, but I found
I do too.
I found I don't sit. I don't have to take the breaks as bad as I did back then. Where now it's just because I slow myself way down and I'm not carrying the weight anymore. Now I can just keep working at a steady pace. And it takes about the same amount of time it used to, but I don't have to take all the breaks because I'm taking my sweet ass time to do it.
I'll take my time doing stuff, but I want to get it done and want to go home and sit down. So that's one of the big reasons why I'll keep doing what I'm doing. I move at a certain pace because I want to just, all right, now is everything in here? Are we all good? Now I can go and I can go home and I can sit down on my lazy ass and be done for the day.
Yeah. Lawn dog. When the ex-wife and I got divorced and we separated before the divorce, we took all of our belongings, virtually all of it, and I rented a storage unit and it was a big one. It was 14 wide, 24 feet long, and it had a 10-foot ceiling in it, and that was packed wall to wall, right to the rafters, to within 10 feet of the overhead door, and then it came down at an angle, the pile. But it was that full, packed tight. And at my kid's place, I stored a bunch of shit in his shed, plus all the furniture and everything I hauled for the old lady to her where she was staying, and all of her personal belongings. That was all the rest of the shit. Well, the fatal error is I leased this big Victorian home, had big, huge formal dining room, big living room, this huge ass kitchen. The kitchen was 16 by 22 feet long. I mean, a huge kitchen.
Wow.
Had 4 bedrooms, 3 ups. Well, no, I take that back. Yeah, no, it had 3 upstairs with a big full bathroom up there. The bathroom upstairs was beautiful. That thing was 12 by 15, just the bathroom. But huge house, and a full ass basement. Downstairs, it had another bedroom and a big back room that was like a rec room and a 3-car garage with a shop. That place was full. Every fucking room was had furniture in it and shit stored in it. Everything, every space in that house was in use, and it was just the ex-wife and me living in the damn thing. The dining room was so big that I went out. I got such a sweet deal on it, couldn't pass it up. I went out and I got this 12-foot. Yeah, it was 12-foot conference table. And then I bought a full set of 14. I believe it was 14. No, that would have been 16 because it worked out to 7 chairs per side because that conference table was kind of boat shaped. It was oval, real wide in the center and narrower towards the ends. And you could put 7 chairs down each side with elbow space, So it had 16, 7 and 7, 14, 16, yeah, with the 2 end chairs. And yeah, it was insane. Here, I had this gut feeling she's going to want a divorce, but I kept improving that fucking house. Put a great big old chandelier in the dining room and new dishwasher and all that happy horse shit. I filled that place full of all the perks. And then comes the question. You think we should get divorced? You think we should insure this really well and have a fire? I was so close. I did have fairly good insurance on the place, but I was so close to ending up with a get her done granny, but intentionally.
Is that what we call it now? A get her done
granny? How's things going with your new place? Any
progress?
Nothing.
Stand still. The prices are still jacked up, and
they are jacked
say,
up.
well, why don't you just go and do it? And blah blah blah. I got to look forward to what my income is going to be.
Right.
If I just go and do it with the prices like they are right now, I'm going to end up being homeless because I'm not going to be able to pay for it.
Yeah.
I've got money to pay down, but I still have to finance the rest, and they won't finance me for a normal finance period because of my age.
They don't think you can do a 30 year?
No, I can't do a 30 year.
Damn.
Hey, Mayberry, good to see you. Hey, Mojo. I was watching your stream there, Mojo. That you were fixing breakfast.
All you gotta do, Granny, is put your teeth in and put a little makeup. They'll say, "Oh, look how young she looks."
My makeup got stolen when the house burnt.
Oh, no.
I was surprised.
Granny don't need no makeup. I've seen her in person. She's just fine.
I was surprised. I was looking here the other day, and they're listed on Facebook Market. And I drove by the place because I was certain I knew which place it was, and sure enough, it's the right place. These people had bought a nice double wide modular home.
Yep.
And they bought it. It'd be a year ago this last spring when it was delivered. That damn thing, they haven't even finished the setup on it yet.
Jesus.
It's never had water put through the pipes or nothing yet. And it's sitting on their site. And it's brand new virtually. It's never had anybody live in it ever. And they've got it right now. They've got it listed for $64,000 or best offer.
Oh, Jesus God, I wish they lived close to me.
And it's 3-bedroom, fireplace in the living room,
Oh, shit.
big open kitchen layout.
Granny
It
needs
kind
to
of
move.
Hey,
and
Sty, way
yeah.
to make Granny feel better. Rick.
I don't get it. I don't get
Granny
it
could
because
come live in my basement. She just had to get rid of the kids.
that's
I hear you.
yeah. Hey, she can move into running waters without the kids too.
Right.
It's
Yeah,
a shame.
Where the hell is the floor? It's back there somewhere.
The what?
The floor.
Fox want to know where my floor
Oh,
was. It's back there somewhere. I know it's there because when I walk from here to the steps, I'm kind of walking on it. So it's under there somewhere. It's gonna get worse.
Mojo,
Stay tuned.
you're
Tomorrow.
asking how long ago was that when I got rid of the big Victorian house and got divorced? That'd be 7 years ago. Yeah. Well, 8 years now. Yeah. Yeah. As of January, I will have been divorced for 7, I believe. No, I will have been divorced for 8 as of January. So it was the year before we got divorced. The summer before we got divorced in January. We filed in October, but they wouldn't let us finalize it till January.
Yeah, my daughter's divorce was finally final last month. And it's funny because at about the same time that was ending, she was ending her relationship with a friend or the guy that she was living with. She had been out of from there for about 6 months, and this idiot thought because she's breaking up with this guy that the divorce she wouldn't go through with the divorce and she just come back and live with him. I was like,
Yeah.
no, it took me all this time to get rid of you. I ain't coming back.
That's it. Is sorry, buddy, but that old luggage is it's I got rid of that old luggage for a reason. Yeah.
My daughter did the best she could to try to keep that thing together as long as she could with everything that was going on. And it just, you know what? It was just best for both of them, really.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
not just her, but it's best for the two of them that they just not be together. Now, where she's moved in, she's not far from him, so it's good for our granddaughter as far as go get on the school bus and things like that. But it's good that the two of them are apart. So,
but to have that understanding, that this, you're you, I'm me. We got this one thing that connects us, and that's
and
it.
no booty calls.
Yeah.
If you're watching, no booty calls. God damn it.
Yeah.
All right. Calm down. I understand.
Jesus Christ.
Jeez, just.
You ain't gotta get on my face, God.
That's
no booty calls.
I got it. I'm too busy anyway. Chill the fuck out.
Yeah.
Mike doesn't get any booty calls since his neighbor died, so.
Oh, that's bad.
Too soon? Too soon? Sorry.
He's right, though. He's right. I'm on a drive street.
Jesus, what's that squealing?
Yeah.
Might be my thing. I'll be fresh.
Yeah.
Ooh. It was, I think it did.
Yeah, it wasn't mine.
It's mine.
The hell?
There it's gone.
Yeah. There's something going on Mike's end, anyways.
That's a little tough when you're using earbuds. It's like, yeah, son of a bitch, drilling in my head. There, he must have fixed it.
The aliens over here in California.
Yeah, Lawn Dog. You never.
You notice when that happened? It happened when he made that statement about the booty call.
It was the booty call.
Somebody was getting on your ass.
My neighbor's ghost.
Yep.
Yeah, Lawn Dog, you never know how someone's going to be 10, 15. But you know what? You would think after a few years, about 5 years, you kind of know what's going on. You either know that if you need a change or if you need to, you gotta have to. I mean, I've been married 31, 32 years now.
Yeah,
It's give and take on both people. I'm not the perfect person to be married to. Neither is my wife, but there is no perfect marriage, right? There is no peace, love, and harmony. There is no prince and there's no princess and all that other good happy horse shit. It's two people that can tolerate each other, and at the end of the day, be semi happy in what's going on. And,
See, now that's where you're absolutely right, Phil. I was married 38 years before my ex-wife sprung it on me. We need to have a divorce. We need a divorce. And everybody was surprised when she asked me. She said, I think we need to get divorced. And I said, okay, where do I sign? Hey, I hope you're paying for it. It's $285 to file. I'll do the paperwork. You pay for it. And she was just sat there shocked. And she goes, you're not going to argue about it or anything? I said, after 38 years, you come to me and ask for a divorce. I'm going to argue about it? I said, if you're not happy today, I can't see us going through the effort to try to make it work after 38 years. It's a little late to start fresh. I mean, no, I'm not. I said, what's that?
I was asking Phil if he had that.
I'm watching it.
Okay.
Thank you, Phil.
I'm watching it.
But I had to explain to her why I was so willing, and that was that I can see the benefit for both of us. She's going to go her way, I'm going to go my way, and I said, we don't have to argue or nothing over it. There's no reason we can't do a mutual settlement, go to the divorce court and get it settled, boom, 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 and no attorneys, no costs, blah, blah, blah. And I told her, I said, at this stage of the game, having a clean slate, I said, I don't mean to be unfeeling or anything, but I said, as far as I'm concerned, it's like, I guess it'll be like you passed away, and she was under this illusion that we can remain really good friends. I said, the whole issue here and why I'm so willing to take the divorce is because I have also come to the conclusion that we both really do care about what happens to the other person. We really do care. We love each other, but we can't stand each other. There ain't nothing I liked about her anymore. Nothing I liked about her anymore.
Well, the only
and I still loved her, but I didn't like her, and that made the divorce work. To have that understanding that no, we just did not have enough in common anymore for us to enjoy each other's company. So why try to figure out a way to live through that instead of why don't we just both be happy and you go your way, I go my way. I wish you the best of luck. You wish me the best of luck, and let the cards fall where they may. And it has worked. Going on 8 years, and
she wanted all the benefits of still having a husband, someone that could do all her shit for her, so she wouldn't have to do it. And yet, now
she found somebody to replace that role, But
after you moved her a dozen times.
Yeah, after I moved her a dozen times. But she did find somebody, and they got engaged, and they bought a house together, and they're all settled in their house, and they got all these great plans. They were supposed to get married sometime this month in November, but about 3.5 weeks ago, they're sitting there together on the couch watching TV, and all of a sudden he goes, "God, I don't feel good." And she turned and held his face and looked at him, and she goes, "Are you okay?" And he said, "Oh, my chest hurts." And he laid his head on her shoulder and fucking died.
Wow.
What a son of a bitch, eh? So all of her, she had reestablished herself and had found a partner, and she was comfortable in that partnership, and they were going to get married, and then had that happen. And the worst part in my mind was literally the following Tuesday after he passed away, he was scheduled to go in for pre-op. And then the day after that, they were going to do a valve replacement on his heart. So, yeah, he wasn't a dollar short. He was well insured, but he was a week late. Yeah. And then
he took the easy way out.
Yeah. No divorce for him. But But to add insult to injury, 2 days after this guy dies, leaning against her shoulder, 2 days after that, she's at the doctor's office and is diagnosed with terminal cancer. And they give her 6 to 10 months without treatment and 10 to 21 months with treatment. So, I mean, that son of a bitch couldn't have held out long enough to marry her and then be with her until she goes and then die. And of course, one of my kids, I'm not going to point out which kid, had to go and say to her, if you would have stayed with Dad, no matter how fucking miserable, if he was told he's going to die 2 weeks before you do, he'd live for an extra 4 weeks just to make goddamn sure that he was there for that moment. You don't tell her that shit. Don't say that to her. She hates my guts. Yeah. Yeah.
I was typing that in. You retracted that message, Granny.
Well, I got 3 words.
Hey, Raven.
3 words is all I got. Fuck you, Raven.
There you go.
Oh,
That's most people have those 3 same words.
Or
go fuck yourself, Raven.
But I tell you what. With what Raven is managed to accept and to put up with when it comes to people's reactions to him, he seems so thin-skinned to me for the longest time, but now I'm starting to think, he's got some thick skin, man.
Yeah, he's getting there.
He's getting there, man. He's getting really good. And I've noticed several times on Phil's where, man, he'll just once in a great while he manages with a good one-liner and throws a.
Oh, he does. He gets his digs in.
Yeah, he'll get a dig in there.
Here, I'll make him feel good. I was actually lurking in his live stream.
Were you?
How are they supposed to make him feel good?
Well,
So 3 people were watching?
1, me.
Okay.
And that was after an hour. He was already rolling for an hour.
A lot of times he'll go live with a rant, and I'll be like 1 or 2 or 3 people in it, and I just start commenting because you know what, some of the points he actually makes are good. So
yeah.
He was talking
despite what anybody thinks about the guy.
Yeah.
About the kids and all that shit. So I didn't feel it was appropriate to put a "fuck you, Raven" in the chat and leave.
That's great.
And I was the only one there, so
You're such a nice guy, Mike.
Yeah, Mike. Yeah.
Yeah, what can I do to
Matt
bring
J.
make
Hey,
Raven way better? Hey, fuck you, Raven. Yeah, that's great, Mike.
yeah.
continue on, Raven, but fuck you.
That. Yeah. The
Did you see that shot?
Yeah. If I have somebody up on the panel,
We got 12 baskets behind you.
I just threw it one right in the bucket.
There's a lot of buckets back there.
Yeah, they're all full.
yeah. Watch it. One of these days, you're gonna be kicking that bucket. So
Soon, I hope.
Yeah, if the
Soon you hope.
Lions had 12 end zones, they can make a touchdown.
As fast as
That's
as fast as I'm losing friends, I'm gonna be talking to myself here shortly.
You are talking to yourself. Shut up.
I can't hear you. I'm talking to myself.
yeah. Well, and that's why you keep practicing
I do
this.
Right.
Yeah.
I told you I'm like you, Sty. I wake up in a tent every morning.
No. I wake up in a hard shell. You wake up in an old soft tent. I wake up in a hard shell.
No.
Well, guys, I got to get my ass to bed. I got to work tomorrow, so.
My dick is crooked because when I wake up in the morning, the fucking tent is up on the ceiling and I'm putting pressure on. I'm pushing up the ceiling. I get this big freaking hole in the goddamn plaster up there. All that, and then I gotta lay for like 20 minutes. But I got Earl whipping my balls while my dick's trying to go down. It's terrible.
I mentioned it in the past. I think it's a real shame you gave up that job for Barnum and Bailey Circus. You know?
There you go. So,
ever since they got rid of that one big top, circus has gone all to hell. Well, Phil,
try
good
to
night,
catch
everyone.
one of your lives. Okay.
you have a good one, buddy. I'll catch you during the week, I'm sure.
Well, I'll see. I'll be up tomorrow night. So tomorrow night, I get off at 7. Probably do an 8:30 or so tomorrow. So if anyone wants to come hang out, we'll be.
I got my regular 5 o'clock Sty times, and then I'll catch a quick bite to eat, and then I'll catch you over at yours.
All right, guys. Have a great night.
You bet, buddy.
Keep it moist.
Keep it spicy.
Keep it moist.
Keep it moist. Yeah.
Granny's
Yeah, somebody should have said, Mike, keep it to yourself.
Yeah, it wouldn't have happened though.
No, it wouldn't. No.
Yeah.
That's one thing is that it was quite a while back, but I had a viewer send me a messenger comment and said, you should keep Mike under control. And I messaged him back and I said, you fucking tell me how. They never responded. Never. I had them by the nuts there. You tell me how. How in the hell can I keep Mike under control?
Mike under control is no fun. Trust me.
What
I did a live stream yesterday morning, or afternoon, whatever the hell it was.
Hey, good night, Raven.
Good night, Raven. Bitch.
Night, Raven.
I went to bed last night and I rewatched that stream and I laughed my ass off. I don't really rewatch my streams, but I watched that one, and it's so fucking comical. I was like, God damn. I got a guy from Greece that's on there, a couple Australian guys, and it's some of the shit I come up with, it's like I don't even realize I'm saying it, but when I look back, I'm just rolling.
Yeah, that was good.
I'm just cracking up. That was funny as hell. I gotta watch my own shit now.
Yeah.
What's up, Matt?
I got a couple of people a little bit upset with me because they said that they thought I was out of line the other night on a stream and kind of calling the person out on the carpet kind of deal. And And I told them, and they said, we don't understand why you got so upset. And I said, well, I said, I'm not. I'm not holding it against the individual or anything. And I said, I still consider him a friend. And I said, just some things had to be put in their proper place, man. I said, and it wasn't the topic. It wasn't even our discussion, our debate that was the issue. It was when it went from calling you a name like you calling me bitch or yeah, fuck you, Sty, or anything like that, where you know the context, you know who it's coming from, and you know why it's being said the way it's being said. When an individual specifically calls you a very uncouth name with all of the intent behind it, and it's very obvious that it was just disrespectful insult. It wasn't good old buddy call you a motherfucker kind of thing,
Playful banter.
Yeah, it wasn't the playful banter. It was serious, intentful. I'm going to belittle your ass in front of a lot of people, and that's why Sty crossed that line and threw it right back. And they said, "Well, yeah, I couldn't believe you're saying you son of a bitch, you little cunt, and this and that."
Yeah.
And I said, "Well, that's because I got put in that spot. See, I won't get disrespectful like that with people, with someone, unless they draw first blood. You don't want to draw first blood with me on the respect issue, because I'll show you what disrespect is, man. Because I've been down that road so much in my life, and I've had older people say, you got to show me respect. I'm a senior and this and that. And right then and there, boy, that sets me off. I tell them, I'm not showing you an ounce of goddamn respect until you start showing a little. I don't give a fuck if you're 150 years old. Just because you're old doesn't mean you deserve respect. Age doesn't deserve respect. Respect is reciprocal. You've got to show it to get it back.
Fucking men.
Thank you. Hey, Nick Green, buddy. Great to see you, Nick. I'm sitting here just streaming away. I don't give a shit.
Bend over, Mike. Put the glove on now, and it's dry. What the hell?
What?
I don't know. Somebody wants to put it in my butt, I guess. Yeah, Nick, I'm still scrapping because I can't. I'm not rich like you. You were on my panel. I just went through this, Nick. I'm not rich like you. I don't have 500,000 subscribers. I'm not pulling in $5-6 grand a month from YouTube. I have to sit here and do this, okay?
Wow.
Look at the 8-ounce bar I bought. Look at my.
He's starting to sound like me the other night. I'll tell you how it is.
Yeah.
This might hurt, but I'm going to tell you how it is.
Right.
That's the thing is I don't. It ain't often where I literally blow it forth, but.
Well, I know one person that you have.
Hey, grilling and chilling with Mojo. I'm sorry. I should clarify myself. I didn't say the C word. I say it with a K. I never say it with a C. It's always with a K. Yeah.
I've only blowed my cork on here one time, and I'll never do it again because a friend had a heart attack because of it.
Holy shit! Oh, whoa! You must have really blown one, eh? Yeah.
But I have a problem when people attack my friends.
That's it is, and literally that's my worst. That's my carved in stone line, is on the respect side of it. It's bad enough if you disrespect me. I'm not going to say, oh, hey, you hurt my feelings, man. That was disrespectful. That's not nice. I'm going to jump right in your face and I'm going to teach you what some disrespect is. I'll show you. I'm good at it, man. I'm really good at disrespecting your ass. I'll show you. And then you'll get a good feeling. You're going to find out what it feels like to truly be disrespected, because I can't stand disrespectful people. Well, that's if you disrespect me. I don't want to go there. If I see you disrespecting one of my friends, I'm not going to just disrespect you. Around the peripheral, I'm going to fuck you up. I'll find a way to fuck you up. And I had someone say to me that I was telling some young, healthy guy, "You come on over here, I'll kick your fucking ass. I'll show you, you pussy." And they're laughing and they said, "You're just itching to get killed, aren't you?" I said, "Hey, you wouldn't believe how many fights I've gotten into. I didn't win them fuckers at all. I did not win them fuckers, because I'd tell some young guy, now this is no shit. This is going back not too many years ago, but I had a sabbatical from YouTube for a while. And during that sabbatical, I was in a local pub and I had some young hillbilly, goddamn young buck. He's not in his 20s or anything. He was like, what was he? He was 31 at the time. I was 62. And he's showing a ton of disrespect to this gal that I'm talking to at the pub that I've known for years. And I told her, I looked around her and I looked at him at the end of the bar and I said, "You need to keep your mouth shut." I said, "I hear one more disrespectful comment out of you about her." I said, "You and I are going to have to go fisticuffs on that shit." He goes, "Watch it, old man." He says, "I'll put you in the hospital so quick." I said, "Actually, you'll probably fucking kill me." But I said, "You ain't going to like the job it's going to take to do it." I said, "If you ain't using a gun, you're going to have some, we're going to have fun before I go in the grave."
Yep.
Well, sure enough, he popped off with another one. And it freaked her out, because I said, "That's it. I've heard enough." I wasn't even looking down at the guy. I said, "I've heard enough of this shit." And I looked at the bartender. I said, "I need a mug of beer. Don't give me a tap glass. I want a mug." She brings me a mug, and I drank about a third of it. And I popped my teeth out and threw them in the fucking mug. Well, them sons of bitches cost about $1,400 to replace. So I put them in that mug of beer, and I walked down to the end of the bar, and I got in that guy's face. I didn't get right up into his face. I kept about maybe 3 people distance from him. And I said, "You got something else disrespectful to say tonight?" And he stood up and he said, he come off with some cocky son of a bitch comment. And I said, "We'll put an end to this shit. All you got to do is have the balls to come over." And that's not a good invitation when it comes from me.
Hey, Sam.
You got all the balls in the world sitting across the bar from me, but walk over here and get in my face and say that shit. And this big old farm boy, he come walking right up to me, right in my face. I'm looking, I'm going, "Oh yeah, he's 6'3" at least. I'm 6 foot. Yeah, he's probably got about 100 pounds on me. And he's pitching hay bales within a half hour after breakfast every morning. He's gonna whomp the hell out of me. And he's just up close. He's looking down my face. And he goes, "Well, old bastard," he says, "if you think you're going to tangle with me and walk away from it, you got another guest coming." I said, "You're going to win this fight. I'm sure of it." But I said, "You're going to be crying before the fight's over." And he goes, "That'd be a cold day in hell, you old fuck," he said. And that's all it took. Yeah. Yeah. He was holding his nuts when I laid his nose wide open. And he started screaming, "Fight fair, fight fair." And I'm yelling and wailing on him as much as I can and yelling at him, "You fucking fight fair if you want, but I ain't gonna. You can fight as dirty as you want, you son of a bitch." And yeah, fucking knee in the face. And yeah, I whomped on him really fucking good. But every time he hit me. I walked out. My left eye was totally sealed shut. I mean, it was swollen so tight, and a big old eyebrow cut, and 3 splits in my lips, and a chunk of my beard was gone, and yeah, he did a pretty good fucking number. In fact, the next day, standing there looking at myself without a shirt on, I'm going, holy shit, did he hit me all over? That fucker really nailed me bad. Now, and that's after me having open heart surgery a year before that happened. So Crazy Ann's back, and Samantha Lee's in the house.
Randy, your friend had a heart attack probably because he was sitting there staring at you all night.
Oh,
He was overwhelmed, maybe. I don't know.
yeah.
What?
He got overexcited.
I said your friend that had a heart attack. I said he was probably sitting there staring at you all night and got all flustered.
No, not hardly.
No?
Not hardly.
Yeah.
Oh,
And I can't.
Eileen, you're a sweetheart.
I can't believe Samantha's in the chat talking that way to Nicholas Green while I'm sitting right here on the panel.
Yeah, yeah.
That's fine. It's okay. I've been dumping women left and right today. You can't dump Sam, but I just can't do it. I heard
But
Sam,
yeah,
I heard Sam was sick. Is that true?
Is Sam sick?
That's what I heard. I'll
Yeah,
beat
she's-
your ass, Nicholas Green.
I've been watching her. She sounded like she had some crud.
Can I have it, Nick? Yeah, Nick.
Can I have a Nick? Can I have a Nick? Oh, we know what you're thinking about now. You want a wrestling match with Nick. That's yeah. And that's and we know what that means. Mike is thinking about Nick again. When I saw that picture online, I had to nab that up. I thought, oh boy, I got some places I can use that. Yeah, it'll make the winter a little more jolly.
You know what? I think I got a haunted house next door. Where my neighbor passed away, where Brian passed away.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he didn't die in the house. So since he died, he went to the hospital, and then his wife went to the hospital like a couple days later. So she's only been home in the last 2 months, like for 18 hours, and she's now in like a rehab center. So he's been gone for a month. So nobody's been in their house, and different lights are on all the time in there at night.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Yeah, nobody's been in that house. Nobody. I have a key to get in there, but I don't know if I want to go in there.
Yeah, it makes you
Yeah.
makes you wonder. Do you?
Yeah, because there's like a front bedroom there, and that light is never on, and that light's on right now. So it's kind of weird. And then he was a ham radio operator, so there's a window like right across from my kitchen window, which was his room. That light was on last night.
Okay. My one granddad, my grandma had died quite a few years before he did, and he lived all alone in a cabin in a little cottage on our property. We had 2 cottages on our property, and he lived in one, and all by himself, old bachelor, and he didn't pass away till he was like 87 years old, I believe he was when he passed away. And oh shit, and everybody thought he was going to die 30 years before that. And he's just one of them old guys that just keeps on going. But he had this old radio from the 1930s, early 40s, right around there anyway, wartime. And it was a shortwave radio, big, tall, wooden bugger, you know, and it had shortwave on it. And that old guy, he had this big ass antenna on top of the cottage, and he could listen to all these foreign channels, you know. And he died, and about 2 or 3 weeks or so after he was buried and gone. And I remember my ma told me and my brother, I want you to go down to Grandpa's cottage and clean it, you know, just go through and clean the whole cottage, get it all cleaned up. And we're going to use it as like a guest house. And I said, well, okay, you know, haul all of his stuff out and kind of thing. Well, one evening, it was right after the sun had set, my brother says, let's go down there, spend an hour or two working in it tonight. I said, yeah, okay. So we went down to his cottage and went in there. It's all locked up tight. But we get to the door, and my brother's going to put the key in, and he goes, shh, listen, can you hear that? And you could hear voices. And I'm like, oh, what the hell? Is the door locked? And he checked. He goes, yeah, it's locked. I said, but there's somebody in there. You can hear him. He unlocks the door, and he slowly opens the door, front door, and we walk in, and you can hear those voices. And then we realize there's no lights on in this place, but there's a glow off of the dial on that shortwave radio.
Oh.
And we're hearing, because he used to always talk about how he used to listen to what was going on overseas during the war, during World War II. And all of a sudden we hear it's a broadcast about some goddamn battle that's going on in France, and about how the U.S. troops and the Allied troops are in this area doing this and that and all of this. And you can tell just by the way it's being done. That's it. That's World War II. That's a real thing.
Wow.
Scared the Jesus out of us. I mean, my brother says, something tells me Grandpa's sitting in the chair next to the radio. I wouldn't sit there. I said, why would that damn thing be on? And my folks later, they said he must have had that on and forgot to turn it off when my dad had taken him to the hospital, and he never did come back home. And love you too, Samantha Lee.
Nick said he joined the panel while he's doing his homework.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. I should send him a link. That's easy. I think I can send him the link. If I can see, my vision really sucks. But there.
We should get a blind vision, a blind or almost blind club going.
Yeah.
Between you, me, Eileen.
Yeah. Yep.
Fucking see.
Yeah, folks. Yeah, my eyes are like my friends. I'm blind in one, can't see out of the other.
Like I got my thing here is at 200%, just like see the chat.
See, mine right now is at 125, and I can't fucking read it. I gotta really look close to make sure I'm getting it all. And if I,
the chat is this big and the panel is like that big.
that's it. Is if I go to 150%, the panel's pretty small. If I go to 200%, I can't see the panel. Yeah, if I go that small. I'm going to have that mastered here when I get over to the new house, because I've got this brand new high definition monitor, and it works great on the computer. That's going to go right on the studio desk in front of me here, and it's going to be right in my face. Hell, I'll be able to look at that without glasses and see it. It'll be so right in my face.
When I'm upstairs, I have two 50-inch TVs, and I still have a hard time. I sit like right on them. Crazy.
Uh-huh. See, that's it. Is I'm looking at a 65-inch TV. I'm set at 125% on the fonts, and I still can't read that shit.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
My eyesight might be going blind from buildup, but I don't know.
You're causing your own blindness, I think.
Granny's causing my blindness.
What'd you say?
He's
Buildup, backed up, pressure,
Oh,
all the pressure, and
I wouldn't think you'd have that much buildup and back pressure with the way you are.
That's true.
all right now.
Yeah, I sent Nick the link, but
Basement beat.
the it's hard to believe. Here we are, 3 hours and 40 minutes, and it's been since April 25th since I did a Sty Story Sunday. There's a lot of Sty Stories galore on that playlist now. 200 and plus, 108 of them as of tonight were lives. That's a lot of Sty Story streams, for God's sakes. 108 of them.
Eyesight is
The other
on both sides. Ooh. Eileen, you should be pretty much done. 2,400. Wow.
2,400
Both
sides. My last prescription, I was 2,200.
I'm just getting my wool blanket on my bed. Don't come up here naked, punk. What the fuck is wrong with him? If he comes up here with an animal like a chicken in his bed, and no.
I don't want any chicken loving or anything like that.
You see the comment, so.
I when I do sleep, I don't want to have nightmares.
Well, you're about to have a bad one.
You mean, is he talking about a sheep?
I don't know what he's talking about.
That's
Ain't that where wool comes from?
a wool blanket. Yeah, the only thing is his hasn't been woven.
With Nick, you never know. You never know.
That's pretty good.
That's Sty's buddy.
When you have someone say, "Oh, I just love this wool blanket. I've had it for the last 20 years." And you say to them, "No, you've only had that wool blanket for the last 8 years." Well, it was on the sheep for the first 12. Oh shit. Yeah. Oh, okay. Too much information. Yeah.
Because Matt, his blankie is a farm animal. That's why. That's what's wrong with it.
Yeah.
You'll understand.
Yeah. That's bad.
Yeah.
But
Nick ain't right. I'm telling you, Nick ain't right. Nick got issues. We love him, but he's got issues.
yeah. Yeah, I need to talk to Nick a little bit about my Travis and my upcoming project for this next summer. One that I want Nick involved in. Yeah.
His mom's birthday's today.
What?
Nick's mom's birthday's today.
Oh, really?
Yep, she turned 18. What she told me. I don't know.
Does that make Nick adopted?
Yeah, kind of. Better than a chicken. Well, it's whatever your preference is, Matt. Some people like chickens. Some people like cows. Some people like, I don't know. What else can you screw? Sheep. A duck.
Dead deer along the highway.
Yeah, they don't kick and fight and kick your ass. Just have your way with them and leave them where they lay.
Oh, I couldn't believe that moron was doing that up here in northern Wisconsin. And that poor deputy pulled up on him.
Yeah, you never know.
And the deputy's yelling at him, "Stop that and come over here to the car." And the guy says, "Wait until I'm done." What the hell? You don't tell a cop, "I'm not done with her yet." No, you don't know. Yeah. Because they're not going to accept that even if that was a woman. You know? Yeah. Yeah. No, I said, "Get over here." Well, I'm coming. I'm coming. Don't you fucking say that to me. That's, yeah. That poor cop. "Give me a minute. I'm coming. I'm coming."
Got any paper towel in your car?
Night Mojo.
Hey, good night, Mojo.
Good night, buddy.
Yeah, I like it. I finally got over and watched one of his streams live while he was live, and him and the boys up there talking while he's doing breakfast and that, and he's eating bagels. And with my newfound eating disorder, so many breakfast I don't even attempt, but I miss my breakfast, man. And they're on there and they're talking bacon and ham and all kinds of shit. And I'm like, "Oh, shut up."
Why can't you eat breakfast?
I can't swallow it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I've got these hypersensitive saliva glands going on.
Yeah, I remember that.
And anytime I actually chew, I could take a little piece of rubber, stick it in my mouth and chew on it, and within 5 minutes I got to head for the can and cough up and spit out about a full cup of fluid.
Wow.
Yeah.
And so it's a real bitch to eat. I got to eat real slow. Last night I had 3 hot dogs. I make sure I eat, so don't get me wrong, guys. You know, it does have it is part of my weight loss, but
yeah, I was gonna say, is that why you lost weight?
It's part of it, yeah. Being a hell of a lot more active and not eating like I used to. I can sit and eat a whole half a carton of damn ice cream at one time, though, because that goes down real easy. And for some reason, it's weird because I can eat ice cream, nice cold ice cream, and I can swallow that 99% of the time without any issues.
Mm-hmm.
If I take a bite out of a hot dog and after I swallow that bite, chew it up, swallow that bite, if I take a second bite without taking about 3 to 4 minute break before that second bite, I'm going to gag. My throat's going to fill full of fluid, and I got to cough that fluid out. I never throw up food at all. Never throw my food up at all. But I'll hack up pure fluid, clear fluid, and it's all it is saliva from my saliva glands constantly running. So I'm sipping and drinking something all the time. Middle of the night, I gotta wake up, sip water all night to stay hydrated because I dehydrate so fast because of my saliva glands running constantly. I go through a full big box of Kleenex, a full big box every 48 hours, every 2 days. That's because my nose is running constantly. Why isn't it running so bad during my streams? I got that mastered. I take an antihistamine about an hour before the stream, and then it'll last for 4 to 6 hours.
Can't you
so
take
I
your
don't.
hot dogs and put them in the blender?
My what?
Can't you blend up your hot dogs and drink them?
No, I was gonna say, okay, I can eat that ice cream.
Yeah.
But if I take a bottle of anything cold, it can be juice, it can be water, it can be pop, anything cold. If I take more than 2 to 3 gulps out of that bottle, I'm going to choke.
Wow.
My saliva glands kick right in and fill me up with fluid. It's the act of chewing and swallowing that trigger it. Look at this character.
That's fucked up. That's even more fucked up right there.
Ain't that? Ain't that? Yep. Yep.
Whoa, Nicholas,
Whoa.
you have lost some weight.
40,
That's the
40,
first time
40
I've seen
pounds.
you in a while.
Have you lost 40?
Yeah.
Well, good for you. I lost 52, so and
Did you feel better?
I'm trying to gain some of it back right now.
What'd you do to lose 40?
I bike a lot.
Oh.
I just drink water, and then I have a little bit of lunch, and then dinner.
Well, you are looking very good, young man.
You're looking good, brother. Man, you're looking good.
Well, that picture was from I want to say the beginning of this year,
Uh-huh.
but I don't know.
Yeah.
So fine.
When I shut down the stream here, Nick, I want you to stick around for a few minutes. I won't be able to stick around too long, but I want you to stick around for a few minutes. I got to put you on to this project that Travis and I got going.
All right.
And I think you could be a very big help in it, and you would be a very important part of that project. It's not like it's not where you're going to be burdened with anything, but I think you'll have fun in that project. I thought of you right away, man. I thought, oh yeah, I got to talk to Nick. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, you ain't half the man I remember.
Hey, I gotta go, man. It's midnight.
It is not midnight yet.
Midnight here, and I gotta get up super early.
It is not midnight yet. You got 8 minutes before.
Your clock must be wrong. It's 5 p.m. right now.
I didn't realize it was that late. I've been down here all freaking day. No, I gotta roll. I gotta go.
Good night.
So,
You know,
thanks for hanging out.
It's been great having you up here, Mike. It's awesome.
Is this gonna take long?
No, it's not going to take long at all. What it's going to take is you to say, "Bye, I'm the fuck out of here," and just click that button, and we'll catch you in the next one, buddy.
So is that what I have to do, or I mean,
what
is
you
that
expect? You expect me to click the button for you to kick you the fuck out?
Go on, Mike.
You said I had to say all that. I mean, do I have to say all that?
No, all you got to do is say good night, everybody.
I'll hit you with the duster.
Oh, don't tease me, Nick. Not on panel. Come on now. That's a private thing. You know that.
Hey, Nick.
Look here. Don't be shy, boy. Don't be
Mine
shy.
does. I got mine, Nick.
I got I don't have a hose for it, but I got some spray cleaner and polish. No, I will see you guys later. Samantha, I hope you feel better. Everybody in the chat, have a good night. Granny, thanks for hanging out on my panel and up here with Sty. Nick, love you, baby.
You take good care.
All right, I will see you guys later.
Good
and
night.
all I got to say to all you people is, love y'all.
Yeah, he's got to throw a Mickey in there and say he loves everybody. Yeah. We know better, Mike. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Sam. You know, I got it cut like almost 2 months ago now, and I had it cut really, really short, and it's already like, it hasn't even been 2 months. Month and a half. I'm starting to get a little bit of hair, but it's neck beard. It's neck beard.
It's a neck beard. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
So,
But you know, now is when. Grow it, shave it, grow it, shave it, grow it, shave it. And eventually it starts coming in thicker.
yeah. I keep getting sideburns.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know.
You'll end up doing like running water. You know, he's got these he can grow these big ass healthy fucking sideburns, and then he has a common beard, you know. But them sideburns, they can get just like in the back in the, what was that, like in the teens, you know, 1910 or so, and all the guys had the big sideburns, you know.
Well, my grandpa had huge sideburns. That's what he had. Just sideburns. So
just the sideburns, yeah, the
doesn't
big
have 'em
lamb
now, but-
chops, big lamb chops.
yeah, he
you
used
know.
to have 'em, or I mean, like way in.
Yoren. It's always good to see Yoren. It's nice when Yoren in the house. Yeah. Oh yeah.
I think I'm gonna jump down too. I'm kind of tired.
Yeah, it's getting pretty late, guys. I think I'm going to be wrapping it up here in about 15 minutes, about 5 minutes. Wrap it up at the 4-hour mark. One of the problems is, and that's why I'm going to talk to Nick for just a few minutes, is my ass hurts so bad from that cracked tailbone.
Ugh,
I
I feel for you, Sty. That's rough.
It's just one of them damn pains that there's nothing you can do for it. I take handfuls of ibuprofen and Tylenol, and it don't work. So I quit taking them because they just don't work. And you sit on one of them round pillows with a broken tailbone. That don't work either.
Yep.
Yeah. So
Nothing works. It's rough.
nothing does. Hey,
Good
sweetie.
night, Eileen. Love you, hon.
Everybody loves seeing you tonight. Everybody.
It's been nice seeing everybody.
I haven't seen Granny in a while.
Yeah, it's been rough, Nick. I'm just going to try to get back out here, and because I need to be around my friends.
Yeah, that's it. We're here for you, girl.
My brain has just not been in the right place, so I haven't been around. So, but screw my brain. I'm gonna just go ahead and be around, whatever.
And that's it. Is the folks on here love you enough that it don't matter. That folks here, we understand, and
yep. So you guys have a good night, and I'm going to jump down out of here. And you look fantastic, Nick. Keep up the good work, boys.
I haven't noticed it that much.
Oh, you look
well.
Awesome.
When it's yourself, you don't notice.
Well, I can still.
Well, I haven't seen you for a long time, so it's like a big difference to me.
Okay.
I haven't seen you, and you look absolutely awesome. You've done a great job, young man.
Thanks.
Kudos. Good night, everybody. Love you, Sty.
Good night, sweetie.
Good night.
Good night. The Ingalls family is saying good night. Yeah, Ingalls family's heading out too.
This wool blanket. I had to get this wool blanket out of my bedroll. I had to go unroll my perfectly rolled bedroll, get the wool blanket out. Because it's cold here right now. It's like 24 degrees tomorrow night.
24?
Yeah, that's too cold for here.
That's too cold for here.
Well, my heater was keeping up, and then it started getting windy and the draft hit.
That's one thing I found out at camp.
What's up, Foxit?
Yeah, it's not that cold here. It's 30 degrees here right now. We got snow on all the vehicles and a little bit on the ground.
We've got a couple of inches here.
Well, we got a couple of inches, but about an inch of it melted off, and before it got cold again. And
I went out, and it was kind of. I heard it dripping off the roof. I think it's just because we had rain way earlier, and that's just kind of slushing and getting some. But tomorrow it's cold again and snowing, so.
Yeah, we're supposed to get an inch again overnight, and it's that time of year. And I was going to run over to the new place, over to Running Waters, and get my nice telescopic scraper and brush, and so I could get my truck cleaned off, and because all my scrapers and shit are over in this shed over at their house.
Oh.
And then I decided, no, I ain't going over there today. And then I realized I don't want to go over there tomorrow. I'll go over on Tuesday. So hopefully I don't get too much more before Tuesday because I'm going to have to. Hopefully it'll be where I can warm the truck up and wipe that shit off the.
I tried
windows.
riding my bike earlier in it, and it's an e-bike. I don't know. I don't think you've seen it yet, but
Yeah, I seen your e-bike.
the orange one.
Yeah, we talked about it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I rode that earlier. I was going 30 up my road, and I thought I could tough it out, but the problem was I thought it was snow. It was like more of a sleet, and it was hitting me in my eyes, and I couldn't see anything. And then I started going off the road because the road was muddy. So I don't know. Tomorrow I got to go to town on it to check my P.O. box. So I'm hoping that the roads aren't icy at least, or it's not snowing when I go.
Is your truck broke down?
Yeah, it's been broke for a month now.
Oh no.
Yeah, it just needs a clutch, but the problem is just, Dad's been real busy.
Yeah. I know how that is.
To have it on, so.
Yeah, where you can get it done. Yeah, and that's the thing is if you can get by without it, it's not that big of a person can deal with it.
I mean, mainly, I only have a little bit longer here to drive it for, like every day I can drive it because then it's going to get icy. And that thing, I mean, I learned to drive it when it was like right after Christmas. And it was kind of scary, even with weight in the back a couple of times.
Yeah.
It was just, I don't know, just the mix of manual and the tires. But, I mean, for my hot tent camping, I can drive around here with my four-wheeler for that. So, for now,
Right.
But
see, that's what I was thinking, too.
Season's here. And I need, for the next couple of weeks, I need my truck to go trapping because I have permission to places.
Oh, bummer.
Yeah.
I've had to replace several clutches over the years. I just, bummer.
It just sucks that, it's not like, it's like, oh, okay, that's what you do, but it's not, there's a lot of weight involved and, there's
a lot of dinking around.
I couldn't do that alone for the first time. So Dad's going to help me with it, but.
Yeah, there's a lot of dinking around that goes with it. I had an old Ford Maverick that inside the bell housing of the transmission, it had a stick in it. There's this little tab that the clutch lever that disengages the clutch rides up in that little rectangular shaped bracket with a slot in it. It's got this clip that goes into it, and then one end's got the clutch rod coming off of your pedal system, and the other end is inside the bell housing at the throwout bearing to disengage the clutch. That damn little tab in that bell housing kept breaking off. 3 times I had to pull the tranny, pull the bell housing, and throw another bell housing in with that had a good tab in it. And I was young at the time, and I wasn't 100% confident on working on everything, and then all of a sudden one day the light came on. I was just pissed. It happened the 3rd time, and I was pissed. And I'm looking at it, and I go, that little metal bracket that holds that lever is riveted to the bell housing. And what it's happening is it's breaking those rivets off. So then I got smart and I went and I tapped out the rivets, and I found a couple of good case hardened bolts that fit in there. And I put those bolts with nuts on them in there, tightened them down just good and snug, put the bell housing back on, put it all back together. And then I put 110,000 miles on it without an incident after that. It would have been so easy the very first time I had it apart to do that. But oh no, I ended up taking it totally apart 3 times. But after that, I'd have people ask me, how bad is it to pull a transmission out of a smaller Ford and this and that? Oh, it's a breeze. It wasn't a breeze when I was doing it, but it became a breeze because I ended up having to learn it the hard way. Hey, Will,
Yeah,
good
so
to
well.
see you.
Well, Dad replaced the slave cylinder in it.
Oh
He
yeah,
thought that's what it was, but it's got to be the clutch. I was going. That was about 20 miles from home. I had to have it towed, and actually, I called other places. They wanted 400 to tow it,
oh
but
my
I
God,
found a place that did it for 160, and that was
wow.
the best I could find. I mean, that's like the only choice I had. Because I was on this super busy hill, but I was started going down this huge hill, cars behind me, and I go to shift down to fourth because you start slowing down on the
Yeah,
hill. And as I go to do that, the stick pushes itself back to the center. And it's like there's an invisible circle there. You cannot move it around you can't shift. But at the same time, I heard a pop in the hood, like a unlatched, like boop, like
uh-huh.
that in the hood. And then there was just nothing at all. I mean, I had brakes obviously and all that, but I think it's just the clutch.
You just couldn't get it in gear after that.
It wouldn't, and like trying to put it in gear and start it, it just would stall out. I just couldn't do anything. So
Right, the clutch is engaged.
yeah, the
Yeah.
guy we got it off said that he put a new clutch in, but I don't believe it.
Or he put it in and screwed something up when they put it in.
He's real good at it is the problem. He's like super good at the stuff. But I remember he showed us the new clutch in the box, but I never seen that going in. And everything else he said was true, but I don't know about the clutch because I didn't put many miles on it. And
yeah,
I learned it within a day, and I didn't mess it up since. And
right.
second gear would grind a little bit and whatnot, but that's, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
So we'll see once it comes out.
Yeah. It'll be interesting.
I mean, it's better than replacing a transmission. Like an auto.
Oh, yeah. Oh, dang, automatic transmissions are a pain in the butt, too. I made the fatal error. I had my brother-in-law help me because he was a transmission man. I mean, that's what he did for a living was automatic trannies, boy. He could take an automatic tranny, tear her completely down, put her all back together, all fresh seals, everything in it. Put her in your vehicle, top her off, get her all ready to go. You get in there, and it's just like a brand new tranny, boy. And he could rebuild your tranny for you. But he thought, I'll teach you how to do your own. And, oh, God, that was a nightmare. I hated doing it. I hated it. Automatic transmissions can be a real pain in the ass, and they're hard to handle. They're so freaking heavy.
Yeah, and like the one, they dropped it like a couple inches, just busted tons of pieces off of it, and it just
you don't want to drop that on a garage floor. No.
Yeah, there's snow here, Will. It's pretty much there was snow, but it never stuck. So today it actually stuck. But usually we have snow on Halloween, but that didn't happen.
Yeah, all the pressure plates and all of the different bands, all the different bands in the automatic tranny. I did find out though, and that was a learn it by experience deal. And boy, I kicked myself today because at one time I had 5 of these transmissions sitting outside my mother's garage at her place. And if I had those 5 today, oh yeah, that'd be sweet, man. I'd jump on the plane, go visit Ann. I'd rather just by selling those trannies. And that was the 2-speed Chevrolet Power Glide, the old ones. Man, they're just like gold now. They want them. They want them in all of their dragsters and funny cars, man.
Yeah, I like my truck. Well, also it needs its frame welded in one spot. It just the whole frame's very sturdy, but it just kind of broke
in one spot.
Yeah, I like Toyota, but it's a Dodge Ram, and I don't know. I like it quite a bit.
Yeah, I like my Dodge Rams, and yeah, I had the Dodge sport version of the Ram. Yeah, I had quite a few Dodges over the years. I like the Dodge truck. The
I've never liked the Cummins though.
The Cummins engine.
Well, around here there's I mean I know there's probably good models with Cummins, but I there's like the diesel ones they have around here.
Right.
And they always have problems with them. So I'm like,
see, that's it, is the small little Cummins they put in, in general application to vehicles. When it comes to Cummins, as far as I'm concerned, all the years I had to deal with diesel engines in heavy equipment, Cummins and Caterpillar are the only two. If it had a Detroit in it, you can keep it. I don't want nothing to do with that Detroit engine. But Cummins and Caterpillar, they were ace when it came to it, the large diesel engines. But when they started making these small little Cummins engines for cars and trucks, and some of the issues they were having with them.
Well, my cousin just got it didn't sit right in my head because I heard it. I was like, is that a diesel?
Uh-huh.
It was a Cherokee. Real, like a small Cherokee, not like one of the big built up ones. It was like a small Jeep Cherokee new. And it had a diesel engine in the front.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it was just stacked in there.
It's like, this guy that worked for me for a while, he drove a little Volkswagen that looked like a little cracker box, that car. He drove Volkswagen with a diesel in it, and he had converted that thing to run on waste oil. And he went to all the McDonald's in 3 cities around here and collected their frickin' grease, and I told him, I said, I hate your car. It sounded like a diesel, but it smelled like McDonald's. I mean, that you wouldn't think that you'd smell that, that way, but yeah, the exhaust smelled like French fries, for crying out loud. Or KFC, because he was getting his waste oil from like 5 different restaurants, McDonald's, KFC. He did get it from Burger King for a while, but then they quit doing it. They said, no, we're not allowed to give it to you. We got to go to the waste company. And then he was getting it from a local restaurant. It's a pizza joint. Hey, Justin Anderson, great to see you. I don't like the Detroit large truck engines because of that. They have they perform quite well most of the time, but under certain circumstances they are just a pain in the neck. I had a international Transstar 2 with a V8 Detroit engine in it. Don't run that bugger out of fuel. One of the biggest problems with the Detroit is if you run them out of fuel, you have to pressurize all the injectors to get it to ever start again. And if you're out on the road and you run out of fuel and that happens, that's a bitch. I mean, that's a real bitch. Where the Cummins, if you run out of fuel on that, the problem you're going to have is nothing but plugged fuel filters. You better have a half a dozen fuel filters with you because you're going to be changing them twice after you run out of fuel, because twice after, so actually 3 replacements. The first time you replace it, then you're going to have to replace it 2 more times because all the crap it pulls out of the tanks. And but the Detroit the Detroit truck, I'm sorry about that, I'm out of it. The Detroit, Michigan is where my dad was born. Yeah, 1948. But it's like anything else. I mean, a lot of any engine out there that you buy, it's all a matter of knowing that engine and its quirks, and that's like that. I've got the 5.4 liter V8, my King Ranch pickup. If you don't change the oil on that bugger, you never go past 3,000 miles. Don't go 3,010 miles. I mean, change it by the time it hits 3,000 miles. You run that thing past 3,000 miles on an oil change, I don't care what oil you're running in it, all oil gets dirty. And after 3,000 miles on that 5.4 liter, the injectors will foul up on you. It's happened twice on my truck. I know several guys with the same F-150 setup with the 5.4 had the exact same thing happen. A couple of them had to actually replace the injector rack on their V8s because they ran them way past the oil change point, and you just never want to run dirty oil in that truck.
I just like something simple because I don't know much about, trucks and whatnot.
Fry oil, chicken grease. Next is bacon. There you go. There you go. Yeah, that guy that worked with me. Yeah. I'd always ask him, "What are you running your car on today?" And
I do think those the Teslas are interesting, but for around me, there's not near enough chargers. And the problem with Tesla right now, there's just, in order to get your car serviced, they have to do it or it's out of warranty.
Yeah,
and their centers could be hours away from you.
That's it. And it's all a great idea. Electric's a great idea. It's just not practical. I can't believe it. In Clam Lake, Wisconsin, where the campground's at, you remember Clam Lake Junction, the little store there?
Yeah.
They've got a charging station there now. It's been in there for 5 months. Been in there for 5 months. And guess what? It's never been used. Not once yet. I asked the guy just about 3 weeks ago. I was down there, and I asked him, I said, was it worth putting that charging station in? You getting customers? And he goes, "Oh, we get all kinds of people driving up to it, and they look, and they're checking it out, and off they go." Not a single electric car is pulled in there and plugged in. And he said that he got the idea because he had 3 people stayed in their motel there, and they had electric cars, and they asked if there was a charging station nearby. And he said, "Aha, if I get a charging station, people stay at my motel because they can charge their car while they're in the motel." Not a single customer yet. 5 months. Yeah. And it's because the technology, it's not really catching on. They try to use the numbers, make it sound like, oh boy, people are hot for this, but they really aren't. They really aren't.
I mean, I could see in a city it being a lot different.
See, that's the thing is if they want to, they're not going to get rid of fossil fuel for the next at least 30 years, because you buy a brand new fossil fuel vehicle now, today, that bugger is going to be on the road for 25, 30 years.
I'd say even more than 30 years. I mean, it's just...
Well, and the thing is that gives you 30 years to plan on eventually going electric for yourself, personally,
Yeah.
And the thing is people aren't going to throw away these millions of vehicles overnight to switch to electric. They're just not going to do it. And most people can't afford the transition. And we are not Europe. Now, if we were a small European country, I'd be all behind this. Yeah, go for it. Go for it. get it all set up. We should have charging stations at our homes, and we should have charging stations out publicly. I'd be all for that. But nowhere else in the world where they're really pushing electric, other than the US, do you have so damn many miles. Drive your electric car from New York to California. Well, you better plan on taking 3 times as long to get there. Because if I take my gas vehicle, it takes me 15 minutes to top off the tank and get back on the road. You ain't doing that with your electric car.
Well, I seen someone trying to like throw an argument like, you know, they could watch TV and play games on their car when they go. But it's like that's not a good point if you're trying to make a quick road trip, because you're gonna have to wait those hours every time.
Right.
And they do have a decent range, but if you're taking a road trip like that, that's not that decent.
But their range, you're talking a good range on those cars is 500-600 miles. That's an excellent range, man. 500 or 600 miles before a charge. 2,400 miles to get across this country. So that's 4 times you're going to have to charge that vehicle to get there. People don't get that. And they argue with me and they say, oh no, the vehicles will make it across the country. Not on a charge they won't, not on 2 charges they won't, not on 3. Well, they'll damn near make it on 3, but you got to do the 4th charge when you get there, because you get there and you go, oh, I'm here. I got to my hotel and nearest restaurant's 10 blocks away, but I ain't got enough juice left in my car to get there. You know, now what you said earlier, I totally agree with that. I think that, you know, that's a worthwhile thought, is in larger cities, commuter vehicles, that's what they are. They should be really promoted and introduced to the metro areas where people are driving anywhere from 30 to 100 miles at the most in a day, commuting around
and
town.
Those cities are a large part of cars. I mean, if you compare it to a lot of things, those cities, that would take a lot of that out. That's what they're aiming for.
That's it. And you talk about eliminating the real huge environmental impact is in the cities. And look at LA back in the days of the green fog every day, you know, all caused by all of the pollution within the city. Now, if you got that all down to electric, you wouldn't have that. If you got all the inner city travel was done by electric, you wouldn't have that issue. But now it's never, ever, 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 ever going to be practical for freight hauling. It'll never be practical for freight hauling. And that's just like, I watched this one mini documentary on trains, right? Now, if you're not running a powered, electric trains are good if it's an electric rail system, right? So you're running juice through that whole rail system. The train isn't carrying the power. The power's in the rail system. The train's running off of the power in it. Those work really well. They work really well. They're not that efficient, though. They're energy eaters, man. That's a lot of juice running through 2,000 miles of rail. That's a lot of juice running through that thing to run that train. Now, people say, well, what about with the electric car? Why don't you make a train that runs like an electric car? Well, in this little mini documentary, they showed an electric locomotive, which all of our locomotives today are electric. And people go, well, then why are they spewing out black smoke? Because it's a diesel engine running the generator that provides the electricity to run the motor or the train. That's how it works. It still needs diesel fuel to generate the electricity that the train runs on. Okay, now you take that diesel out of it and replace the equal energy for that train to go from coast to coast. You would need 162 train cars of battery to run that train from coast to coast. And then it would only have the power to pull an additional full 100 cars. Right now, they can put 5 diesel locomotives running electric motors. They can put 5 of those on a train and pull up to 400 cars. And so, again, it's not
And
practical.
That's why I noticed, like, a lot of these companies that are trying to make, more energy efficient and, non-damaging.
Yeah.
That's the problem is they come out and try to just cover everything with that when they would do a lot more good for themselves and for what they want by just focusing on
reduction. Yeah.
The cities, they go for widespread. They should start there and just start.
And that's it. They should target.
They want too much.
They should target certain hot spots and let it develop there. And then as it develops, it'll start growing out, And the thing is even out in rural America, let's say like here, I live in Ashland, 10,000 people, and it's about 5 miles from one end of town to the other. If you're not going to be traveling, I can realistically see somebody say, I'm going to own myself a vehicle for traveling out of state. And is it going to be a flex fuel or a gas vehicle, right? But my daily vehicle is going to be an electric because I work here in town and I do all my running around in town. And the neighboring towns that I do visit are all within about 30 miles of me. So 30, 40 miles. And I can go there and back with my electric car. So people in this community, it would sound practical to own one, but still own a gas-powered vehicle for long commutes. But what they do is just think of how much emissions they reduce because they're not using a gas vehicle every day. They're using the electric. They're only using the gas 5-6 times a year when they're traveling more than 150, 200 miles away. They're not thinking right. They're just not thinking practical. And
I mean, it takes a long time for something to start like that. They try to rush it within their lifetime.
Mike, that's it. They're trying to do too much too quick. Too much too quick. And I occasionally did that before.
And I mean, around me,
not meaning to, yeah.
Right around me, I've maybe seen one Tesla, and our town's right here, like 300 people, 200 people, and if you go just like about 20 miles, there's this little small city, and when I go, I see maybe 1 or 2 Teslas, like when I'm out. Yeah. And
here, somebody said that they saw 3 in one day, 3 different ones in one day.
The biggest thing with me with them is even getting like the idea of getting a brand new truck now makes me nervous because it's already a lot of money.
Yep.
And eventually, they're going to last a bit, but eventually those electronics start going out and they're just so expensive.
Right.
And in a Tesla or an electric car, it's literally they're covered in accessories.
Well, right now I know someone that owns a Tesla, and they had a faulty battery, right? And he had a Tesla service outfit check it out, and they said that battery's faulty. You can't run that Tesla on that. They had to pull that battery. Well, he can't run that damn car without that one battery. He's been waiting 18 months so far for the replacement battery. He's got a brand new Tesla that he can't use because he's waiting on the battery. And Tesla's saying it could be another 18 months.
Maybe you could put some Duracells in there.
Yeah. The Energizer, run like a bunny, But that's a
Yeah. I mean,
that's the thing is right now
that's why it's going to take a while because
they don't have the supply and demand figured out.
Thousands of places. I mean, there's like 1,000 places I could buy that clutch from.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's the problem. Like the newer cars,
single source.
It's smaller. Yeah. Even with just newer, gas vehicles, it's such a small selection of those parts.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's it. It says, so much of it is single source. You can only get it from one place. Where for fossil fuel vehicles, you can go online and there's over 1,000 dealers out there for parts, and you can get every freaking part you could imagine. And
now one thing I do enjoy the electric, like I said before, like the e-bikes, or I do like the Tesla, the 4-wheeler that we're gonna make. I think that's pretty cool. I mean, it's still gonna take a lot of power to charge that, but I think things like that are more reasonable because they're more of a hobby, and you would get a while out of the charge.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I just even like the battery powered like lawnmowers they have now.
Oh, hey, I bought a electric chainsaw, a battery powered 40 volt electric chainsaw, and I use what they call a 4080 battery on it, and I can use 80 volt tools like the lawnmower, the weed eater, or 40 volt tools with the same battery. But if I put that 4080 in my chainsaw, it runs for twice as long because it's really an 80 volt battery, but it steps down to 40 to run that chainsaw. Okay. So if I put a 40 volt battery in it, it gets XYZ running time. If I put that 4080 in it, it doubles that. And it's sweet. With a 4080 battery, which is larger, that chainsaw doesn't weigh as much as a gas saw. And the only petroleum I got to use in it is the bar oil. And I love it. I love that saw, man. I can cut for an hour and a half with that saw, constantly cutting. Just constantly.
I think the main thing is, electric utilities and not something that you rely on, so say.
Yeah.
They like blend in with people so much faster, and it's like you don't depend on it. I mean, there's other things like the battery powered. I've heard like the push mowers and whatnot. They're not that good, like the battery.
Yeah.
But like you said, the saw, the weed eater. I've already seen tons of people using those kinds of things around here.
Yeah, we even competed at the Forest Service when we went through our chainsaw training. We had, in my group, we had 3 electrics and 5 gas. And a couple of us got together and we competed on sawing electric versus gas. And that electric, my conclusion was I believed it performed at about 80% power and speed as the gas. Well, that loss of 20% isn't very significant when you figure you don't have to put gas in that puppy. No gas and oil mix in that bugger. You just saw, and it's performing at least 80%.
And another thing is the noise. Like you said,
and it's quiet. Yes.
And that's why the e-bikes. A lot of people,
Yep.
oh, e-bike, that's just a lazy bike. I see it more of like a fun, like dirt bike stylish thing, because I
Yep.
can do jumps and whatnot like a dirt bike. I mean, not like it's crazy, obviously, but you
Right,
can
but
jump, you can rip dirt with it. You can go 40 if you want on mine, and it's
well,
quiet. I could do it at midnight.
well, and even beyond that is you get somebody like me. I don't mind pedaling
No,
till
no,
I
like
get to a steep grade. And if I had an
yeah.
e-bike, I would not mind pedaling that bugger down the flats. But boy, when I get to that grade, I'd love to be able to just
That's
go up over
there's
that
days
grade.
when there's
That's
days when it's later in the day,
yep.
and I'm like, okay, I don't got much more time, so I'll just use quite a bit of throttle. I'll still pedal, but I use throttle.
Yeah.
But a lot of times when I have the day to spend, I can
Yeah.
stretch that bike out for hours, and I can go
Oh yeah.
25
Yeah.
miles
Well, see,
because
and that's
I'm
it.
pedal.
Is
It just takes out part of it, you know.
there's a lot of things e-bikes do, and that's for one thing, they get you to where you're going rather quickly. They're enjoyable to use. They're fun, and it puts more people on two wheels than there would be. There's a lot of
And
people
it's
that
nice
they're
because
not interested in just bicycling, but if they
no,
could have an e-bike, well, they'll pedal, but they're not going to pedal all the time. And the e-bike gets them out there doing something they wouldn't have done otherwise.
well, and what's
And
helped me the most is, I
I
mean,
think it's great.
I could bike for miles on a normal bike. I really like biking, but with the e-bike,
Hey, Lizianne.
I've gone further because I know that, you know, if I somehow really get tired or hurt myself from, you know, going so far, whatnot,
Right.
I have that power to get back. And
Back.
another thing, like, it's just a lot of fun.
That's it.
The one
That's
thing I
it.
will say is I really like the e-bike compared to like a scooter, because with that, it's, you know, it relies on you and the battery. Because if that battery goes out, you can still pedal the bike
Right.
and use it, you know?
Right. Yep.
There's a lot of things they're making now where it's just relying on the electric, and I don't like that because I like having the ability to
Yeah,
it's
you
still
know,
usable
I
once it dies.
I totally understand it in certain applications, like the chainsaw. When the battery dies, the saw's done. Well, with a gas saw, when the gas runs out, the saw's done. You know, so that's because there's no way to use a chainsaw without power. That makes sense. But like you're saying, you get into bikes and anything like that. That's like one thing I really loved is the last tribe I contracted with and worked with. We bought their clinic for their heart program 2 quad bikes. You know, it's 4 tires. It looks like a dang little dune buggy actually, and it's a double seater. 2 people sit on it, and 2 people can paddle it, or one person can pedal it. The other person can sit there and put their feet up on these foot pegs and just kick back. And it's got a steering wheel on it. I mean, these things even got turn signals on them and brake lights. But that, you combine that with an e-bike motor, and that little rig right there for in town, in the community, frickin' ideal, man. We were buying those things they were costing us about $3,000 a piece. Okay. Now that's not with electric motor in there. You throw electric motor in there and jack that price up to $4,000 or $5,000. That's still a hell of a lot cheaper than an e-car, you know, an electric car. And we took one of ours and we bought this optional cab. And there's a cab on it with the roof and the side windows and the windshield, and you pedal that bitch around. And I love them things. I was their chief financial officer, so I'd go over there and say, I'm taking one of your quads out. What? Yeah. I got pulled over. Damn cops pulled me over for doing 35 and a 25. Pedaling this 4-wheeler. I mean, you know, both of those 4-wheelers were 15 speeds. So you get to a steep grade, yeah, you're down. It's slow paced, but easy to pedal, and up you go up over that grade. But if it had an electric motor in it, and you still had that number of speeds to select, you could commute two people around in that thing, and you'd be between pedaling and using the motor. You'd have a whole day of transportation without any worries, and you get home, plug it in, and it's good for tomorrow.
I mean,
And
all electric really adds is just planning. I mean,
yeah,
everything electric's different. Once you learn that, which isn't that hard, you learn.
hey
different
again,
tools.
Samantha. Hi, sweetie.
So, all you got to do is learn that tool, and you just work around it, and time, and after that. And I like that because, with my bike, I've learned that because I've done 360 miles on it now.
Uh-huh.
And I've learned, the power, if, how long I could use it. And
Well,
I'm sure you've learned your saw. I mean.
Well, yeah, the saw, I got that mastered, man. In fact, when I have a topped off battery, that's all the sawing I want to do in a day anyway. I'll never, and I've, so many times I stopped and I hit it tells you how much load's in the battery that you got left. And there's 4 bars. And I'll have 2 bars. I 50% of my battery left. And I was out there cutting for an hour. And it's like, nah, I'm done, man. I'm done.
And obviously, if that's your job is to go and cut trees, you're not going to have electric. But
no, not if you're
that. And
it's just, if you're working an 8-hour day, you're not going to use electric for all your cutting.
No.
That ain't but it's nice to have that option, and you take the fossil fuel out of the picture for that option. So if we didn't have that option, we'd be getting a small gas chainsaw. But we have that option to get a small electric chainsaw, So those types of applications, I'm all for it, man. I'm all for it.
And I really like those the Ryobi. I think it's the 1 Plus or whatever they have now, where all those tools that fit it, and they last a while, and they're real nice.
Well, that's like my Atlas. You can get a weed eater, you can get a hedge trimmer, you can get the lawnmower, you can get a leaf blower. There's 5. Oh, and the chainsaw. Oh, no, yeah, and
there's probably more you don't even know about.
You can get the power pole saw, the big long saw with the chain blade on the end of it. And they're all you got to do is have one battery, and you swap it between. And the thing is like the chainsaw that I got the 16-inch. I decided not to go with the 18-inch because the 18 for that just 2 more inches of blade.
Just 2 more.
You run it at 80 volt. Well, that's like running my 16-inch on a 40 volt. You get the same amount of cutting time. But if I take my 16-inch and drop that 80 volt battery in it, I get twice the cutting time as either one of them on their own size batteries. Twice the cutting time. And it's only 2-inch loss. So I went with the 16-inch, and I am very glad I did. It's got all the power in the world. And I'm cutting through, I'm easily cutting through 24-inch logs. You do a walkover cut and back and forth, and you cut right through it. It bores right through a 24-inch log, no problem. So for any cutting I'll ever do that I have to
really
do,
it's personal preference.
Practical. It's practical.
I mean, any electric's better than none. I mean, like for the weed eater, this spring I bought one. I bought gas for that because I know I'd use it a lot, and I have to use it. Whenever I use it, I'm making whole paths and cutting down tons of grass and going around my whole garden. So For that
That's
day, I can just run that the whole day, and that's it. You know.
that's see, at the Forest Service, they're talking about certain things, trying to go to electric. You know, they got rid of all of our gas powered pressure washers, and we have nothing but electric battery pack pressure
I was
washers.
just gonna say that those
And-
are. I've seen those. You know, for
I-
cleaning out the stalls.
Yeah, oh, those things are nice, man. I'm gonna invest in one. I gotta try to find one at a good price and invest in one because I love that thing. Using it for 6 months for personal use. Man, wash your vehicle with it, pressure wash your vehicle, and all you have to do is have a water source, and you'd be amazed. 6 gallons of water through that pressure washer. It's amazing what 6 gallons of water will do. It doesn't use that much water for the amount of cleaning it does. And and there's so much you can use it for, Yeah, Samantha. Hope you get back to 100%, girl.
Man, it's really snowing right now. I can see it. It's
Is
like
it?
flakes? Huge flakes. Yeah, I hope you feel better, Samantha.
It's not doing nothing here. It's gray and gloomy out there, but it ain't.
Sty, I was so upset.
You were?
That smoked fish I got,
Uh-huh.
where I thought it was in the cold, it swapped over and got in the warm.
Oh, no.
And I just didn't want a chance getting real sick from it.
Oh, no.
Because it was real cold. And it
Yeah.
sat in this real hot area, and I just didn't
Yeah.
want to mess with it.
That's a bummer.
Yeah, I forgot to tell you that.
I haven't had smoked fish. One time after you were there, Running Water brought me some smoked fish. And that was, I don't know, middle of July maybe. And I haven't had any since then. And that frickin' place is only about 4 or 5 blocks from here. And now you had to go and mention it. I think I'll have to run down there Tuesday and grab myself a slab of
Well, I was
smoked
gonna
fish.
in the spring whenever they bring in, like the 2-year-old, 3-year-old stockies. I was gonna get some of them and smoke them.
There you go.
That's good, but
I used to fish for coho up here, the one creek, and I've gotten some really nice, big, huge coho. And I had 3 smokers at my house, and one of those smokers I modified, and we built 2 extra rings for it, and I could hang 4 of those big. I could take a 15, 20-pound coho and hang it in there, and so I'd get 4 of them in that smoker and smoke them up. God, I love that shit. Fresh smoked coho. Oh,
I never had coho.
good,
Someone around here actually had it before.
Great.
They smoked it. I think they smoked it for someone because they do fish smoking by us, but they mainly do just steelhead. Is what they do.
Yeah.
People call them and ship it in.
Minnesota's getting the snow, but here where I'm at, along Lake Superior, South Shore Lake Superior, it's odd because most of the snow goes out over the lake. Or you go 20 miles south of me, and there's another about 25, 30 miles. There's the huge northern snow belt. They'll get socked. Hayward, the town of Hayward gets socked, and up here it's not doing nothing. And it's because we're right on the water's edge, and the weather patterns push that snow out over the lake. You can see it snowing out over Lake Superior like a devil.
Well, we're in the snow belt here in Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
It dips right down Lake Erie. It bends around
right,
PA, and I'm right in that little slim bar that comes through. We get hit every time.
I have to go now. I have a long day at work today, so I need to prepare and get ready. So I'll see you later, my friend.
See you, Shadow Scout.
Yep, you have a good one there, Yoren. I hope your day goes well. 10-hour day is a good long day.
I don't even know what temp my room is. Let me get my thermometer.
Samantha says they got accumulated 11 inches in the past couple of days. And it's so cold it's definitely sticking. Yeah, our 2 inches we got last night, an inch of it melted off the first couple hours this morning. The other inch is still here and it's staying. We're not supposed to get above freezing for a few days, several days. So yeah, winter's here. It's staying there. All the vehicles are white and the roofs of the buildings are white. The ground, it didn't hold, but if we're supposed to get an inch again overnight, that should hold. That should hold because you go out there and you walk through the grass and it's crunch, 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 crunch. Now the ground is cold enough that the snow accumulation will stay.
60. It's 65 right here. I had it real hot earlier, but the draft's starting to hit. So let me hang it down here on my floor almost. That's where the cold is.
Yeah.
Well, about waist level.
Hey, I bought one of those little buddies, and it worked pretty good. But then I started having issues with it. Them little green tanks, it would only burn about 2/3 of the tank. Then it'd go out, and you couldn't get that sumbitch to refire for anything, and you'd have about 1/3 of a tank left. So I was using those partial tanks in my Coleman stove for cooking. Just using the partial tanks to do that, to use them up or put them in my lantern. Well, I got tired of fighting with that little buddy. And my supervisor for Forest Service, he brings me out a 20-pound cylinder and a nice big long hose regulator, all the gear, and his big buddy. I'm buying a big buddy. I'm buying a big buddy. I put that bugger in my trailer. I fire that bitch up on high. Literally.
Don't take long.
It'll go from 42 degrees inside that trailer to 78 degrees in about 8 or 10 minutes. And it's at 72. I turn it all the way down to the lowest setting. And it maintains, then it'll drop. Temperature will drop. And it'll maintain the temperature in my trailer when it's 34, 35 degrees outside. It's maintaining a 68 to 70 degrees in my trailer set on the lowest setting. I'm buying one. I'm bolting that bitch to the wall. I mean, you bet.
Yeah,
I love that buddy heater.
I have a little buddy, and I used it in my last camping video, my hot tent. All you gotta do is turn it on, wait a minute, and then shut it off.
Yeah. Oh,
I can't even leave it on low because it gets too hot.
Yeah. If you're anywhere near it, anywhere at all near it, within 4 or 5 feet of it, you can't leave it running. It'll cook you out of there. And the guy that loaned me his, he said they use it in their fish shack. He uses a teepee style fish shack that's big enough for 4 guys and their gear and shit. And he says he uses it in there, that big buddy. And he only puts it on high when they first get in it. And then once it gets warm in there, they turn it down to low. And he says within 15 minutes, everybody's sitting around in just T-shirt and slacks. He says, yeah, you got to get rid of your Carhartts and everything. You can't wear that shit and be in there. He says, you got to be in a T-shirt. Was it 56?
Yeah.
Yeah, that don't surprise me. Yeah, down by the floor, 56. That's me, even right here in my apartment.
No, well, that's right here, a little bit above waist level. It's just it's because the draft, that comes through.
Yeah.
Over here where the space heater is, it gets decent because the closets there boxes it. But
sure, yeah, here in my apartment, I got baseboard heat only along the outside wall in the living room and bedroom, and I keep it about 72 in here, but keeping it at 72 means the floor is about 60.
The floor itself, since it's concrete, is straight to the ground.
Yeah,
whenever it's cold for about a week straight.
Yeah, you're
the
feeling
ground's frozen. It reaches in, and it gets. Right now it's freezing, but like it gets cold,
really cold. Yeah, that frost starts coming up through the floor. Yeah.
Well, it sucks because these floors are they're heated. Like there was tubing all the way through all of these floors.
Right.
And then they burst because of the water. So
that's it. Is a lot of people don't realize that in-floor heating systems, and I've had to deal with several in some developments that I built over the years, and I built a couple of what did we build? Four residential homes that had all in-floor heat, and we told the homeowners when they took possession, you have to manage and maintain that in-floor heating system, and you have to have antifreeze in it. You cannot run straight water through that system. Sure enough, 2 of the 4 ran straight water through their in-floor heating systems, and what happened was the sections along the garage where the garage floor wasn't heated and frost would ease in underneath that floating slab, the corners, 2 corners in both those houses, that in-floor froze and cracked. And what it did was it actually cracked the concrete. So
that's why our floors are cracked.
So the water can seep down through those cracks in the concrete. And for a couple of years, they fought with just topping off their water system to keep the heat running. And then they found out that, it's all seeping down through the floor. And so they had to jackhammer out a big section, 2 corners out of each of those houses, and go in and replace that pipe and pour new concrete. But I guarantee you those 2 people religiously check the value of the antifreeze in their in-floor heating systems now. Yeah, when they found out, it cost several $1,000s to dig that up and replace it, fix it. So
I'll be camping soon, Justin. What happened was that since this was left alone for a couple of years after they, left this place, they just left water in, and it just froze, and the concrete's lifted, some areas a little bit up because of it.
Yeah. That happens, man.
And it sucks.
Hey. Oh, yeah. It sucks. Why?
It sucks.
It sucks, man. It sucks. Hey, guys, I think we're going to wrap this up. Nick, stick around for a couple of minutes. It's getting awful late here for me. Midnight.
Yeah, I'm super tired.
Yeah, and guys, thanks for sticking around, hanging out, and sticking it out. That was awesome that you guys did that for me. And hey, tomorrow night is Sty Times again, and my exit just shows the schedule for the week, and I'll see you all either tomorrow night or Wednesday night or Thursday night around the campfire, Friday or next Sunday. Hey, gotta catch you at least one of those streams, right? And until then, all of you take very good care of yourselves, and we'll see you again very soon.
See ya.
See ya. Good night, folks.
a place I've come to know well, led by a man named Sty. He's full of stories, he is quite a guy. Sit around the campfire and hear him tell his tale. Some may be able to relate to him quite well. We're all just people looking for a place to go. Well, Sty has made one, and it is quite a show. Come meet Sty.